Bring this regular council meeting of today, November 18th to order. I'll note that we have Councillor Dale online and just waiting on Councillor Hambrook. The rest of council is around the table. We have senior staff around the table for those attending virtually. Also let you know that a live video feed is being broadcast and recorded via Zoom and is available on the Town of Golden YouTube page for future reference. For thousands of years, the abundance that the earth's lands and waters provide us to live, work, and play is due to the ecological wisdom, stewardship, and reciprocal relationship that the world's first people have lived and live today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that the land that on which we gather is a shared ancestral, traditional, and unceded territory of the Ktunaxa and the Secwepemc people. Golden is also home to the Métis Nation, Columbia River Society, and other diverse Indigenous heritage. We're grateful to have the opportunity to live, work, and play in this territory. Ms. Seville, I see we have a late item.
Correct. There's one late item for council's consideration.
And for confirmation, 2/3 majority to get this onto the agenda under new business?
Simple majority.
Simple majority. Thank you. Council looking for someone to move the resolution to get this onto the agenda under our new business. Councilor Routley, seconded by Councilor Guio. Any discussion, council? Seeing here none, all, excuse me, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. So that'll be under new business. Okay. I didn't want to make any assumptions. Council, we're on to item 3, which is the adoption of the agenda as amended. Looking for a mover of that. Councilor Routley, seconded by Councilor Guio. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. In council, we have the adoption of the minutes of the regular open council meeting that was held on November 4th. Looking for a mover of those minutes. Ms. Seville.
I just wanted to note one clerical error, that there was a mover and seconder missing from one of the resolutions that has been caught and amended already. So that will appear for the as amended.
Okay, thank you for Councilor Routley for bringing that to attention. So with that, I'm looking for a move of the minutes as amended. Councilor Manuel, seconded by Councilor Dale. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. In council, is there any business arising from those minutes? Seeing none, we'll move on to delegations and presentations. We have Catherine Hamilton. Oh, there she is. Presenting from the East Kootenay Zonal Immigration Partnership. Welcome, Catherine, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm just wondering if I'm able to share my screen as a presenter here. You may have this up in front of you already. Please let me know if you're not seeing anything.
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay. And this is the same presentation that I handed in, so you would have access to it through the PDF on the meeting agenda. Thank you for seeing me today. I appreciate this very much. And I'll just move along here. I also had a land acknowledgement, but I'll just keep that as Ron, your worship, has already mentioned this. So today we are, I'm going to talk about the East Kootenay Zonal Immigration Partnership. So my name is Catherine Hamilton and I work for CBAL. I've worked with CBAL for the past 7 years in the role of settlement worker. And now just recently, since the summer, I've started a new role with the organization as the coordinator for this new initiative, the East Kootenay Zonal Immigration Partnership. So just to play back some time here and set the stage a little bit. The Rural Northern Immigration Partnership, or pilot, sorry, was started in the West Kootenays in 2019 and was funded for 5 years. They've recently been granted a 2-year extension, the West Kootenays being Castlegar, Nelson, and Trail. And the Rural Northern Immigration Pilot, also known as RNIP, is an employer-driven immigration pathway where communities can decide what sectors need employees, and therefore they can bring in temporary foreign workers in those certain sectors to live in their region and help the region thrive. The workers that come in this situation in the RNIP then have a much more secure pathway to permanent residency. So it's something that works both ways for people. With this RNIP program in the West Kootenays and more immigration coming to the area, it was recognized that there should be a local immigration partnership started. So there was a feasibility completed in 2022, and funding was secured for the West Kootenay Local Immigration Partnership in June 2023. And this partnership is different from the RNIP. It's really more a table that sits at the community level to look at immigration matters and come up with local solutions. So 18 months ago here in the East Kootenay, we were looking at a similar situation. A new program was announced called the RCIP, the Rural Community Immigration Pilot, and a local group here in Golden, through a business owner who was interested, suggested that we should try apply for it. So in that process, the East Kootenay Regional Immigration Committee was started. So that's a regional table that sits with Community Futures, the destination marketing organizations, chambers, business owners, and together an application was put forward to apply for this new RCIP program, similar to the RNIP, but now called RCIP. Unfortunately, the application was unsuccessful. However, in lieu of that, the RSCC funded feasibility work for a local immigration partnership. This happened just this past February, and we were successful in now receiving funding approval for the beginning of the East Kootenay Zonal Immigration Partnership. So we're very fortunate now to have this local immigration partnership, and it's sort of a toehold, I would say, to possibly more funding through the IRCC in the future. There may be an opportunity to apply once again for something similar to the Regional Community Initiative pilot, should it happen. So this program is administered by the Columbia Basin Alliance for Literacy. It's funded by the Immigration, Refugees, Citizenship Canada, IRCC. And it's called the East Kootenay Zonal Immigration Partnership, EKZIP. It serves the Upper Columbia region, including Golden, Invermere, the Windermere Valley, Cranbrook, and Fernie through the Elk Valley. There are over 90 local immigration partnerships, also zonal immigration partnerships in Canada. They've been federally funded since 2008. There are 26 in BC that started forming in 2014. And now, as of this past summer, we have the BC Yukon LIP RIF network. RIF is the French version for local immigration partnership. So the good news is that there's a large community of practice. We're not reinventing the wheel by any means, but rather we're looking at best practices that work in BC as well as across the nation, and we can bring that good work here to our region. So why a LIP now? Immigration helps to reverse declining populations and boost local economies. As we know, attraction and retention of newcomers can be difficult in small communities that are rural settings. Immigration is impacting Canada. We see this daily in our news, and it's impacting our region. Our communities are changing, and we must adapt to this change. So communities across Canada are recognizing the importance of newcomers while making immigration a main component of their plans for the future. Regions where immigrant integration is fostered, people perform better and entire regions thrive. This is from the Center of Study of Immigration and Integration from the University of South California. Local and zonal immigration partnerships are a means to systemize local engagement of service providers and other stakeholders to assist in a successful integration process for newcomers and to provide more welcoming and inclusive communities. We're getting through the heavy stuff here, lots of information, just providing you with some background on immigration partnerships. So immigration partnerships shift the mindset of community decision makers, enhance collaboration across sectors to improve understanding of immigration and enhance the integration of newcomers, increase community understanding of immigration and promote diversity, address racism and improve cultural agility of the community at large. And finally, to assess current needs of immigrants and of the community. This is why local immigration partnerships were established back in 2008 and funded through the federal government. This is the hopes that they have in mind. So a question arises, and it's a very important differentiation to make, is there's a difference between settlement services and immigration partnerships. So recently, in the past 7 years, I've been working as a settlement worker with CBAL, providing one-to-one services. CBAL has been providing direct services to newcomers since 2014. Settlement services prepare newcomers for community. So that's where these one-on-one services assist. And the staff settlement services would be settlement workers, language instructors, community literacy outreach workers, or coordinators. On the other hand, the immigration partnership, a ZIP, for example, does not provide direct service to newcomers. Rather, the ZIP is preparing communities for newcomers. So the work that I do now as a coordinator for the ZIP, I'm really working with communities and service providers across the region rather than one-on-one client services. And what staffs the ZIP is a coordinator, a program assistant, and 2 key committees, which I'll talk to later in more detail. This is another good little infographic to describe the difference between settlement services and immigration partnerships. So a settlement services, for example, will impact the individual and their families and friends, and the ripple effect can go out into the community through that work. Strong sector, strong services, strong society. So settlement services is the colored area that you see on this infographic. And local immigration partnerships, on the other hand, have a social impact on the community, the society, and systems in our society. That's where we'll see the measurable impacts of the work of the zonal immigration partnership. So we'll look at conditions, economic and financial and social, public awareness and understanding, values and culture, systems and processes, policies, infrastructure, and shared assets. This is very much, I think, the kind of work here that's happening at the Town of Golden Council level. It will be similar at the zonal immigration partnership level. And this is what we'll be striving to evaluate and hopefully achieve. So here's our logo, the East Kootenay Zonal Immigration Partnership, depicting the mountains that we live in across the East Kootenay and the rivers that connect us, as well as the various colors. I think that's a hopeful look at our collaboration and work together. The East Kootenay Zonal Immigration Partnership is a multi-sector partnership. The work of the EKZIP is driven by community-focused assets and needs, and it's about collaboration, community, and inclusiveness. Together, we can make a positive difference for our community members of today and tomorrow. So one important note here too is that the East Kootenay Zonal Immigration Partnership isn't a venue for advocacy necessarily. Really, the advocacy work that may come out of some of the matters that we look at together can be deferred to the Regional Immigration Committee that I spoke of earlier. That's a very strong advocating body. It's made up of community futures, destination marketing organizations, chambers of commerce, local businesses, very strong voice at that table. Already they've been able to make a lot of change and impact and continue to moving forward. the East Kootenay Zonal Immigration Partnership, the work will be supportive. We'll be looking to support welcoming and inclusive communities, inspire a deeper sense of belonging for all residents. We'll be looking to improve the integration and retention of immigrants and newcomers in the East Kootenay region. We'll look to strengthen the region's ability to better address the needs of newcomers, unite diverse voices to address challenges, and celebrate opportunities in nurturing cultural diversity. And of course, we will evolve, reflecting the changes and shifts that our communities are experiencing. The members of the ZEP, we have two important working groups or councils. We've got the Partnership Council and the Newcomer Advisory Committee. The Partnership Council is made of key members from service providing organizations, businesses, DMOs, arts and culture, government, local government, libraries, colleges, health organizations from around the East Kootenays. We look for diverse representation and balanced representation from each of the four main communities, as well as the regional districts in the outlying areas. This work is really meant to be hopefully meaningful, but light, or light and meaningful. We have quarterly meetings for an hour and a half to 2 hours. And from those meetings, we can then form subcommittees and task groups to work on areas of expertise and interest as they emerge. Also, we're in the process of creating a community strategic plan. We have funding for it, we're very lucky to have that right at the get-go to set the stage for the next 3 years of funding that we have, and hopefully get some tangible activities occurring that meet and align with our community strategic plan. And I'll talk more to that in a moment. Then we have our Newcomer Advisory Committee or Council, and that's a committee or council made up of 12 to 15 members, diverse representation from various backgrounds across the region, meaning some will be on work permits, some will be permanent residents already, people that are well settled, well connected, knowledgeable about the challenges and opportunities that are faced in the region by their coming here as a newcomer. And again, we'll be meeting quarterly, same as the Partnership Council. We'll typically have the Partnership Council meeting in the afternoon and then the Newcomer Advisory Committee shortly around that based on what's best for the membership there. We've already had 2 Partnership Council meetings. Really, they were stakeholder engagement sessions, and the turnout's been amazing. I've been really grateful. We've had over 33 people join our 2 meetings. We had one on October 22nd and another just this past week, November 12th. We held the first meeting in Cranbrook. All meetings will be held rotating through the 4 communities across the basin with the option for hybrid online Zoom attendance. So that's been very helpful. And then we had our second meeting completely online on November 12th, and 22 people attended. It was great cross-sectoral representation and very engaged people. So I'm looking forward to moving forward with all these interested folks and hopefully more as they come along. Our timeline, we started this past summer with research and branding development. And now we're hitting the road running in October with meetings, and in November, of course. We're launching our website at the beginning of December and moving into hopefully deliverables as created by our community plan, which is happening this week. Our community plan is launching as well. So there'll be surveys and key informant interviews happening in the next month and a half, 2 months, and things will be culminating in the middle of February with a working session to create our final product and our final plan. So keep your ears out for notices of that as we move forward. As I said, our website is coming soon, launching the beginning of December. And we're working on our community strategic plan that's launching this week. So we're looking at all 4 communities, completing an environmental scan and mapping of the region. Christopher Cameron, based out of Radium, has been hired. Objective Research and Evaluation is his consulting company. He's been really lovely to work with. He's very approachable, and he has another woman helping him. As you see on the side here, this is an example of the West Kootenay LIP strategic plan that came out, and they came out with 3 strategic priorities. So again, this work can be meaningful in a very focused way. It doesn't have to be too burdening. So we'll be looking at key surveys, key informative interviews, some working group sessions, and focus groups over the next month and a half to 2 months. Community plans come in many different ways. This is an example of the Bow Valley Immigration Partnership Strategic Plan. As you see here, they have 6 strategic priorities, and they're all laid out here in a much more full, some sort of intricate way, but it works really well in the Bow Valley. So the Bow Valley is all encompassing from Banff, Canmore, Exshaw to Morley. It's just across the Rockies. I see a lot of similarity in parts of it to the East Kootenay region here that again covers a broad region from Golden through to Fernie. So I look forward to working closely with all different kinds of LIPs from all across the nation and finding best practices that are well suited for Golden. And we're almost done here. These are some examples of anti-racism projects and initiatives that we expect to come out of our community strategic plan. These are examples that occur in different parts of the country. This is the Waterloo region. This postering is a very common project, and we'll likely see that. There's one in the West Kootenay. We'll probably do that similarly in the East Kootenay. Also, Cape Breton's here, exploring stories from people across the region of what belonging means to them. Belonging is really the key language here, belonging and inclusivity for communities. And that's why I'm here today, is to talk to you, the Town of Golden Council, expressing this project and what we hope to come out of it. So when you hear about it, and maybe you can participate in pieces of it that interest you. This is another example of cultural sharing initiatives that happen across in different parts of BC, for example, with other LIPs. The West Kootenay LIP is partnering with Chilliwack Immigration Partner Society to host the Common Territory movie. We may do the same thing here in the East Kootenay. Breaking Bread is a really cool initiative. It's something that I could approach Ethos with if it comes out as a priority amongst our membership. The idea of making bread from across different cultures and sharing it. And we have individuals that make their own movies, videographers. This is a videographer, Carlo, from the Philippines. He's 2nd generation Canadian, and he just has this video called Outsiderness and just expressing his feelings growing up as a 2nd generation Filipino man here in BC and what that means to him. So lots of different webs to weave here. So where does the Town of Golden fit in? I'm going to pop through this quickly here. So consider naming a counselor or staff to the Partnership Council or working group or subcommittee. Share your voice and vision in our upcoming strategic planning process or community planning process. That's the most important thing that you could do for us in the next month and a half is take a moment to complete a survey, share your vision, your voice on immigration matters that you see, and set some priorities that you imagine. Another piece of work is supporting the work of the EKZIP through promotion of our website when it comes out, endorsement of activities, participation in events and training. So cultural agility is another key item that I anticipate might come up in the community strategic plan. And there's already places like the College of the Rockies that host cultural agility programs and training across the East Kootenay. And then commit to supporting a welcoming, inclusive community that when building a strategic plan, for example, developing policy and making decisions. That's really what the key part of our work is creating welcoming and inclusive communities across the region, and Golden can be one of them. Our final slide here. So what do sectors and communities need? This is kind of something that you could put your mind to, and it's just important to note that this question and this need is different than what newcomers may need. So what our sectors and communities need is different than what newcomers need. We had some really robust conversation at both of our partnership council meetings around this slide. And I had a similar slide in the newcomer council group asking what they see them newcomers needing in the community, what's already working really well in their community, and what we could see more of. Again, lots of really great ideas and robust conversation. And that brings me to the end of this presentation. Thank you so much again for having me. I'm sorry I spoke very quickly. It's a lot of information to cover, but really at the base of it, it's quite a heartwarming initiative that we're working towards. And I think we're doing a lot of amazing things already. And I hope to share those things ongoing on our Facebook page. So please visit the East Kootenay Zip Facebook page. It's the East Kootenay Zonal Immigration Partnership. If you type that in, follow us. I look forward to adding more collective information from across the region of activities that are happening that are really nurturing our cultural vibrancy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. It's an opportunity for council to have any questions or comments with regards to the presentation. Councilor Guil.
Thank you, Catherine. Previously on council, we had had a motion to join, and it passed to join UNESCO Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities. And I think it was in November 7th in 2024, we actually signed the declaration of that, but not much movement has gone with that. So this seems like it would fit really well with that that mandate that we have done. So I think it would be really good for council to participate. So
And possibly some overlap between the two.
correct, yeah. So it would be a good launch for us to at least get started on something. So I'm very supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, Councilor Routley?
Thank you, Worship. Pardon me. Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Catherine. I guess in your presentation and kind of my gist from some of the other lips, the focus primarily appears to be on the employee side. Do you think that as sort of an extended well, would it fit within the scope or perhaps be a natural extension of the scope of the EKZIP's work to support in partnership, I suppose, with some of the ECDEV sector and their work for industry or sector analysis within Golden area to also support some of the kind of entrepreneur immigration streams within the PNP program, or I guess anyways, or if maybe that's just a little bit too far out of scope for what the plan would be for this partnership.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, so I think this partnership really provides a backbone and table for discussion on all sorts of immigration matters that occur in the community at various levels, whether it's on the employee level or the employer level, the community service providing agents level. I think we really just want to have an open discussion. And because we have two of the groups represented, we have the service providing community organization group that includes employers, destination marketing organizations, all the folks from the chamber that sit on that regional committee that I was saying, that's very much an advocating committee. The voices are heard there, as well as the voices of people that are new to our region, the newcomers themselves. So I think we're really trying to be multifaceted and look at all the different parts of this welcoming and inclusive community piece. So yes, I think that the PNP piece is being looked at right now by this regional immigration committee whose members sit with us at our partnership council. And the reason we didn't just start the Partnership Council of the EKZIP to be that regional committee solely is because we recognize that because the EKZIP is federally funded, we necessarily have to be cautious of the kind of advocacy that we enter into completely. So really, we're not an advocate body, but rather the issues that come forward, if there is a need for advocacy, then the Regional Immigration Committee that exists in the East Kootenay is a great resource for that. I hope that helps answer things.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilor Cooper.
You just mentioned at the end, sorry, thank you for your presentation. At the end, you mentioned the survey. Would you be emailing that to us as a group, or how would we get the link? Because it wasn't provided in it. So I'm just asking if you could provide it to us via email and we can participate
Sure.
individually.
Yes, absolutely. We can, so it hasn't been sent out yet, the survey. We are just, Christopher and I are still just finalizing the final touches on it. And then that will be the beginning of our community strategic planning process. And that survey will be available to everyone across the East Kootenay. So we can certainly send most people here, I think, if we have your email addresses, you can receive it individually, but I'll be sure to send it definitely to this council, and then it can be shared with anybody that I've missed. And yeah, please, when you receive the survey, it'll be a shareable thing. You can just share it with anyone, any connections that you have that you think would be interested in completing it. Thank you.
Follow up? Anything else, council? Looking to the online, I'm seeing nothing. So a couple comments. The work of the LIP is important, critically important. For our role as council, we've been involved and will continue to be involved in promoting the opportunity for more foreign workers, immigrants to be able to come to our community and make our community a home. It's my hope that through that advocacy, there's an opportunity for more people to be here and to know that they have the services and the support that the LIP is providing is well appreciated, that's for sure. So yeah, with that survey, if you just send it to Alicia, then she can get it to the rest of us, and that'll be that clean and simple. And with regards to the request for an appointee, generally what we do is we deal with the requests from delegations at a subsequent council meeting. There is an appointee agenda item today. Council could take the opportunity and add that to the list. So we'll see how that plays out later on through the course of the day. Thank you very much for your presentation. So with that, we'll go on to correspondence. I'm looking for a motion that the items of external correspondence be received. Councilor Guio, Councilor Manuel seconding. As you will note, there's 4 informational items. There's no items for decision or direction. All those in favor of receipt? Opposed? Carried unanimously. And the first one is an email from the Honorable Jody Wickens, which is the Minister of Children and Family Development. And she's proclaiming November as Adoption and Permanency Awareness Month. And she's provided a bunch of resources that she's requesting that we share with community members. The second item is email communication from an individual in town looking for some clarification on the roughly 300 meters, excuse me, of 50 kilometers per hour zone on 9th Street South. And what was it? Third one was a request from the Sick Moose Ferry Society, a not-for-profit group that has been providing with the work on the Bruin Bridge. They've been providing ferry access across to the other side. Being a not-for-profit, they made a request of $7,500. And the last item was it was a letter to all mayors and councils in British Columbia, making us aware of an attached letter that was sent today to the BC government with regards to Bill M216, and with the intent that it should be withdrawn. Those are the 4 items of external correspondence. Is there any that council would like to bring forward? Councilor Guio?
Regarding that, the last item of the letter, I would like to make a motion that the mayor writes a letter to express council's wishes that they, how do I put this?
Delicately.
Delicately, That the mayor writes in support of what was written in that letter to ask the provincial government to withdraw that motion.
Okay, and that's specific to the bill M216. Okay, got a move of that resolution, looking for a seconder. Councillor Routley seconded it. Anybody speaking to the motion?
I'll try to
Counselor-
speak to it. I think though it looks on the surface, looks like a great idea that it would speed up development. In reality, there's a lot of risk inherited with that, as well as the fact if there is issues that our department finds with these reviews, that it would even extend the time it would take to develop, because you have to go through a lot more processes to get it reviewed again. So I think, though they think that there's, saving time, it could actually increase the time for development to move forward. So,
Potential of creating more bureaucracy,
and bureaucracy and risk,
key factor. Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Manuel, speaking in favor or opposed to the motion?
I'm in favor because I think this is one of the ones where the provincial government has not done enough consultation with people who have to work with this, and that's unfortunate.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Hambrook? Thank you.
One. Yeah, nothing to add. I'm in favor of sending this letter.
Okay, with what I've heard, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Carried unanimously. There's no internal correspondence. There's one item of outgoing correspondence under my signature with regards to the temporary foreign worker program, seasonal employment period being extended from 120 to 270 days. This is an information item, and it talks about the staffing challenges in Golden and the importance of the temporary foreign worker program to ourselves as a resort community and to all other communities, for sure. It's information.
Back to the
Microphone, please.
Thank you. To the internal the correspondence on information, the quest about the 9th Street speed zone. I appreciate the person's consideration of safety, and I'm wondering if there's any way we can give them answer it in real terms, because again, it's one of our busiest streets, and if there's a concern about safety, I'd like to see that we do deal with it. Yeah.
Mr. Cochran, I believe this subject matter has come up before. Are you able to speak to it, please, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I can say for council's information that we had a traffic engineer look at 9th Street South in 2020, and out of that came some action items, including removal of a school speed zone at the alternate school, and some end of school zone signage, installation of some end of school zone signage at the Francophone area of 9th Street South. The short section that is being referred to is beyond that, in between there and the Recplex. I did review the letter that we received from the traffic engineer, and one of the options outlined in the consultant report was that the section could be reduced to 30 throughout. However, the things that would be required to be done would be the streets that are joining 9th Street South would all need to be posted at cautioning motorists of 30 km/h speed zone. And then there were concerns with spoken to in the letter with respect to compliance, potential compliance issues, because if the entire area is posted as 30 km/h, say from 10th Avenue down to the Recplex, it wouldn't be required as such during off-school hours. However, the speed zone would remain in effect. So a compliance issue was noted in the report. I'm happy to take any action council deems appropriate.
Thank you.
So is there any follow-up on that, Council? Is there any resolution that you'd like to move forward?
No, I just feel if someone's got a legitimate concern, I think it's not a bad thing to answer it. I believe there's good reasons not to follow the course he suggests.
So with the information from Mr. Cochran and the fact that the letter was addressed to council under my signature with the support of Mr. Cochran, we'll send a response to
Thank you.
the writer of the letter. Thank you. We still with the outgoing correspondence,
We just need a motion.
please.
So moved.
Councilor Riley, second, looking for seconder, Councilor Guile. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously, and my apologies for skipping over bringing forward items from the external. Reports from councils. Any council reports of activities?
Can we go back? I wanted to make a note about the outgoing correspondence. I just want to make a comment on it.
For sure.
I also realized in the last 2 days, the Federal Student Work Experience Program is coming up for funding. Anyone who wants to hire a student, I just wanted to draw attention to the fact, I know this is about foreign workers, but at the same time, youth unemployment's quite high in town, and there is federal funding to hire students between April and August. So just letting people know that the application due date for those is November 24th coming up. If anyone was also interested in employment and hiring youth, there is funding available for it as well.
Excellent information. Thank you very much for sharing that. Moving on, reports from council. If there's nothing else from the external correspondence. Trying to move on to quick. Councilor Manuel.
Kicking Horse Culture was having their AGM. Councillor Cooper, who was going to be attending, wasn't able to. I said I would do it in her stead, which I quite enjoyed. One thing I wanted to mention is I'm very appreciative. Kicking Horse Culture now has done 2 different concerts on a parson. They are trying to spread out a bit because, of course, they're equally funded by Area A as they are by the town. And I look forward to seeing what other things they may come up with along that line. I should also mention that Councillor Guile was there, and she may have had different observations than I had.
Anything to add, Councilor Guile? Not to put you on the spot. Okay, we'll go to your, actually, if there's no questions of Councilor Manuel, we'll move on to your report.
Okay. So I did attend the Kicking Horse Culture GM, and it was a very successful season. They'll be presenting to council, so I'm not going to go into detail with them. I attended an emergency support services meeting last Monday, and they really want to build their recruitment. And now there's not such a demand that you have to have all the training. So if there's specialized things that you can bring to the table during an emergency, they want you. So they'd like to recruit at least another 6 people. I had the pleasure of speaking on behalf of the town. The mayor gave me that pleasure for the Remembrance Day ceremony, and it was really great for the fellowship afterwards at the Legion. It was great to see that open again. And I attended the Métis Nation Louis Riel Day. I won't go into that because Councillor Cooper did do a great job in the speech. Also, I was approached by one of the support staff at the Alexander Park School, and they wanted me to thank the operations department. In fact, they made 2 really nice cards for the cleanup of Dirtland, and they were very, very pleased. So I said I would do that at a council meeting, so I'll give these to the CEO and he can pass them on, and hopefully you can let your department know they were very, very pleased. That's it.
Thank you, Councilor Guile. Any questions of Councilor Guile?
No.
Supplemental, Councilor Manuel?
I just want to mention, I was also at the ESS meeting. I've been a member for 18 months or something like that. They, at one time when I started to join, they had a more strict thing because it was come out of Victoria. You do this, this, and this, and it's quite restricted. I think Victoria's found out that it doesn't work as well. There are several different things you can do that will help support in terms of hopefully we don't get another situation with evacuees. And so now it's more flexible. There are many things you can do to support, and it's worth checking because they do provide an important service to this community if that kind of situation arrives again, which we hope it doesn't.
Thank you. Other council reports, Councilor Cooper?
Thank you. So I had the honor on behalf of the council and the mayor to go and say some few words at the Louis Riel Day and the Métis flag raising ceremony. And it's, if you haven't been before, it's a really nice event. Lots of school kids come out. There is a nice celebration, and the Métis Nation is really combining and adding events for families and for information. So there is a dance this Saturday. There was also a storytelling time, and I think that's, I was just trying to quickly look it up. There's a storytelling time, I believe, also this Saturday for youth, but on the Columbia Nation, no, Métis Nation Columbia Valley Society webpage on Facebook, there is a lot of collaborative events. So if you're interested, I encourage you to go to the page and look, because they're making it a whole week this year. So there's lots of extra events happening this week.
Thank you for that. Any questions of Councilor Cooper? Any other reports? Councilor Routley?
Thank you, Mayor. Shortly after Rockham on the 4th, I had the privilege to attend personally an event, but it was a good opportunity for some networking and technical learning as a counselor at the Building for Sustainability conference in Canmore, which is presented by the Bow Valley Developers and Builders Association, as well as the Biosphere Institute for Sustainability. It was a great opportunity to learn more about insulation and building envelope cross sections, but also some really great policy pieces that are applicable across the country, but are in practice within the Bow Valley and could be of use in the Columbia Valley. After that, I'll briefly say on the 14th, on behalf of the mayor and with Director Cathcart, we had a groundbreaking ceremony for the downtown housing project from Golden Community Economic Development. There was even a spray painted gold shovel, which I think was very fun, but it was a great opportunity to check in with the board and some lead staff and the superintendent that'll be kind of leading the project along and really giving our congratulations from council on this next milestone and encouraging them to really take a second to pause and appreciate the very long track that they've been on from trying to find a prior built solution to now coming up with a pretty ambitious series of well, this project, and then hoping to spin that into future projects, which is amazing. Also attended obviously the Remembrance Day in the crowd and the flag raising on the 17th, definitely highlighting the big dance night, the fiddle night on Saturday that's coming up. Tickets are available, I think, through the office and then at the door as well. Yeah, so amazing opportunity to kind of celebrate and reflect on some of the Métis culture within the valley and if nothing else, get some line dancing or jigging done, which is always great. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Routley. Any questions for Councilor Routley? Seeing none. Well, as is evident, I didn't do much last 2 weeks. And I thank Councilor Routley and Cooper and Guil for attending those events and representing our corporation for that. So I was able to escape for 10 days with 3 grandchildren, which is an undertaking of its own. But I'd also like to let you know that I attended the hospital gala thanks to my wife Carmen getting some tickets to that. And it was great to see the community come out and support the Golden District General Hospital in their pursuit to garner funds to purchase the second ultrasound. There was a good turnout of people people opened up their wallets and there was money flowing. And so hopefully they're able to meet their objective and raise the money that they wanted to. Actually, that's it for my council report. With that, no other council reports. I'm looking to those online. Nothing. Okay, we'll move on to committee reports. We have a resolution for a combination sewer cleaner truck, Mr. Cochran.
Yep. Thank you, Your Worship. Corporate Services has the resolution up on the screen before you. I'm happy to speak to any questions you may have about that.
Okay, thank you for that, Councilor Guil.
I'd like to move the resolution that council directs staff to award the purchase of contract to Kendrick Equipment Limited for a combination jet-back sewer cleaner truck for a total purchase price of $754,800 plus applicable taxes, and that council authorize a budget increase for this project with an additional $210,000 to be added to the 2026 from the equipment capital reserve.
Thank you for that. Looking for seconder, Councilor Cooper. And speaking to the motion,
Yeah, I just wanted to inform the public that this was a topic that was discussed this morning during our funding finance committee, which I was just going to ask would be available online as well for people to view the discussion if they wanted to see. And it's just being brought forward from there. So instead of repeating everything, everyone is encouraged to go watch the other one if they want to hear the discussion.
sounds like self-promotion for our corporation. Actually, I'm going to be so bold as to ask Mr. Cochran to speak to some of the rationale around the purchase of a $800,000 piece of equipment. And you spoke to that in the finance committee meeting, just as far as what we spend annually and in the life of the apparatus.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So through canoe procurement, staff looked at available demonstrator units through participating vendor suppliers, and 4 choices were presented to us. 2 of the units that were presented were demoed to Public Works staff. The recommended unit was the unit preferred by Public Works staff. It wasn't the least expensive unit, but it was the unit believed to be of the greatest value to the town. Particulars with respect to value included the level of training that the vendor will provide to town staff. This is a new piece of equipment for Public Works, so because of that, staff will require some fairly considerable training on operation of the unit. The unit also comes with an extended 5-year warranty on the Vactor assembly that's on the chassis of the truck. And in our sort of research on the units, we found that the units are in the range of $800,000 to $850,000 for a demo. So we're right in that ballpark with the recommended value of the truck. Looking back through financial records of the town, we've spent approximately $75,000 a year on contracted vac truck services for sanitary and storm infrastructure cleaning. So over the life of a truck such as this, being approximately 12 to 15 years, we think that there's a good probability that we can bring this work in-house, and there's a business case to take that money that we've been spending contracting and apply it to the value or the cost of the unit for replacement in the future. So it's a demo unit. It's available now. I think probably what will happen based on council's approval, we'll secure the unit and then we'll take possession of it in the first quarter of 2026.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cochran. Councilor Manuel.
Thank you. I just want to touch base on something we did discuss earlier, but it's important with regard to maintenance. I understand that we can maintain it, except for some situations in which they've got us covered very well. Is that correct?
Mr. Cochran?
Yeah, through your worship, we've got a heavy-duty certified mechanic at Public Works that'll certainly be able to take care of the major chassis components of the vehicle. The vac truck, the Vector assembly itself, Kendrick supports with, they've got 2 or 3 mobile specialist mechanics that are available either, well, in the Okanagan region, Kamloops, Kelowna.
Thank you for that. Motion duly seconded, I believe, on the floor. No other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Hearing saying none, carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to reports from staff. First is the Chief Administrative Officer with his verbal update. Mr. Denigar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to mention only 2 things, maybe 3, because when I, first of all, didn't expect directors to actually enter anything for this week's update. And when I did ask one director, they had a very stunned look on their face. We have spent the last week and a half up to here in budget and bargaining with the QP Collective. So it's been our focus. A couple highlights, though, when we found moments on the sides of our desks for other things. Good news, streetscape lighting for Christmas decorations. That stuff's coming up, so you'll see lights everywhere. There's a Remembrance Day skate that started in 2025, or sorry, previously years, and was very successful, had 70 plus participants. And just to get the word out there, if you know anybody who's interested, we have reposted on our bids and tenders page arena concession upgrades and Recplex lobby enhancements. So we've tried once before and timing wasn't quite right. So it'd be great to get some applicants for those projects, which are largely grant funded. That's it for this time.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments for Mr. Denigar? Seeing none, we'll move on the agenda to corporate services and communications, and we have a staff report from Ms. Seville.
Thank you, Mayor Ozust. This is an annual report that comes forward to council to consider your 2026 regular council meeting schedule, council appointments, and acting mayor schedule. So the staff report is split into 3 different sections so that you can consider each 3 areas separately. So the first one is the anticipated meetings for 2026. You will notice one edit to the 2026 calendar is to remove the first meeting in January. Historically, the first meeting of the year has had a light agenda with only 1 staff report presented in 2025 and 0 in 2024. And then I would also just note that the 2026 CSRD board meetings are tentative until we have a copy of their published agenda. So I would answer any questions related to the agenda first before we move on to the next items.
Council, any queries with regards to the calendar?
I just had a
Cooper?
question. The FCM conference, where is it this year?
It is in Edmonton.
Edmonton, thanks.
So again, following policy, when FCM is in Western Canada, there is an opportunity for council members to attend.
Correct.
And this policy of council that have decided previously that when the FCM is in Eastern Canada, it's just too expensive, but when it's close like this, we have some opportunity to attend. So right now we're looking at the calendar. If there's no conflicts, I'd look for a motion. If there's a recommendation, look for somebody to move the recommendation. Councilor Routley, seconding Councilor Guil.
For clarity, your worship, it's presenting it as as presented. Never mind. I was looking at recommendation 2.
I win this one. He keeps catching me, but not this time. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
Perfect, thank you. So the next item is the acting mayor schedule. And so I believe that you have all kind of discussed availability, and we've made some updates this year based on this year's current acting mayor schedule. So again, if there's any last minute changes here, or we can adopt it as presented.
Looking for feedback from council. Looking for a motion then. Councilor Routley, seconded by Councilor Cooper.
And this one's as presented.
Okay, thank you. No discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. And on to item 3.
And finally, we've got your council appointments to standing committees, select committees, external organization appointments, and council liaison positions. So there have been some updates to this one for 2026, which has been discussed around the council table. And then if there's any additional edits you would like to see to these appointments, any additions, or if you want to remove any, this would be the opportunity to make those changes now.
So to that end, I'll be the first one to start with liaison appointment, Kicking Horse Culture. That was my error. And it'll be Counselor Cooper as the primary and Counselor Dale as the secondary appointees. Was there, Counselor Rutley, you had one other one you wanted to reference?
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to the virtues of the 100% renewable Kootenays commitment that council had made in its previous term, and it upheld in this term. Unfortunately, with the kind of funding drying up from the province, as is unfortunately often the case with some of the working groups, Neighbours United has not met for well over a year, and while Community Energy Association is trying to maintain some of the resources and best practice support, the working group is in my humble opinion defunct and not meeting. So I would suggest that for the time being it be removed, as it is not active.
Thank you for that. And I'm seeing some nodding heads, so we'll take that as an action item. Supplemental, is there any other ones that need to be addressed? Councilor Guillaume?
To remove? I would like to add to the UNESCO one, the East Kootenay ZIP, the Zonal Immigration Partnership, kind of make it a slash, because I think they complement each other. If Councillor Cooper would be in agreement that we would add that to the UNESCO, at least we would be, starting with something.
In listening to that, I would only be able to attend virtually because it sounds like
Yeah.
it's throughout the week traveling
Mhm.
4 times a
I
year.
think
So
yeah.
as long as it's virtual, yes.
Sounds like the meetings are virtual by virtue of it being a zonal. Okay, so then we're expanding the UNESCO to be /ZIP.
Yeah.
UK ZIP. Okay, and there's also on the inclusivity, there's Town of Golden's working with the regional district on a inclusive committee. I can't remember.
Accessibility.
Accessibility, okay. Similar but different.
UNESCO is more about our OCP policy, but this can definitely commit
Dovetail.
to help with that. So yeah, I'd like to see that change.
Okay, thank you. Nodding heads around the table with regards to that change,
And one other thing,
please.
I'm still upset that we don't see a liaison position on here for Golden Community Economic Development.
Actually, I had a couple of those. There's Golden CED and for Tourism Golden, there's an
Mhm.
opportunity for appointment. So those weren't missed, but they weren't included in the list. So with this opportunity, we'll add them. And then it's a matter of finding designates or appointees as liaisons for those. So we'll add those to the list and see if there's anything else that needs to be dealt with, and then we'll come back to appointees for those entities. Council Manuel had something supplemental?
I'm interested in being on the tourism thing, but that's beside the point. I'm just wondering now, are all of these things on the list fully active? Because I wonder about some of them. Golden District Air Quality Committee, it's a very important thing, but do we have, is it active? And Councillor Routley, I think, would know much better about that than I do.
Actually, I'll look to Mr. Denegard to maybe speak to some of his recent conversations with regards to the Air Quality Committee.
Yeah, so I'm not aware of any activity from the committee itself. Recent correspondence has raised me to talk to staff about what's happened so far historically regarding education and potential amendments of bylaw and the enforcement that comes with that. It's a convoluted and complicated history. There's legalities and financial and logistic issues to trying to actually tackle this problem. And so my response, which I think I've CC'd all council onto the last inquiry from the public, was that it's going to be looked at in the context of all the other policies and bylaws we have on the plate to take care of. There's a lot of them. and is quite time consuming, some of them. And something like this, because of the interplay between various policies and bylaws, we need to be very careful how we approach it so that we're not actually creating conflicts between our bylaws. But there have been some very creative solutions brought to staff to look at ways of tackling this. But first, we need to hear from council, and I think whenever Alicia's team can get to it, I think late this year, early next year, we're going to be looking at the comprehensive list of all things that we need to tackle in terms of bylaws, and then this will be timed in the context of that.
Follow up, Mike.
Sorry.
Follow up, Mike.
Thank you. And I just wonder if there are other groups here that we're involved with, but to no point, because it doesn't make any sense to me.
Are you able to identify anyone that comes to mind for you?
Oh, okay. Well, Neighbors United, I think we've dealt with. Golden District Trails Alliance, I'm not sure about it. And I don't know. I mean, some of the things are there, but
So I will speak to the Trail Lines. The rest of them are active. Some of them have taken hiatuses for different reasons, and the Trail Alliance is one of those. It continues to be active and continues to be on the work schedule for staff at the Columbus-Shuswap Regional District. So I see no need to eliminate that from the list. I think the others are all current. Ms. Seville?
I would just add that council does have the ability to add or remove appointments throughout the year by resolution.
So to that end, rather than getting into a who wants to do this and working that all out, my intent here would be to add the GCED and the Tourism Golden to the list, and either we'll have a resolution or the empowerment of myself to figure out who's going to be the appointees and the alternates for those, and we can bring that back later. So is there a supplemental, Councilor Cooper?
That's exactly what I was going to ask, because not knowing when the meetings are for Tourism Golden or ECD, it's hard to make those informed decisions. And I would prefer to delay that until we have more information on them, because I might be interested, but I might not be able to attend, that kind of thing.
Absolutely. So the intent here is then we'll add them to the list and we'll fill in the names through a subsequent resolution. Anything else, Council, with regards to the third recommendation as amended? Seeing none, look for a motion. Councilor Routley?
Moving that it be adopted as amended.
Looking for a seconder, Councilor Emmanuel. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. And just switch. So now we have a staff report from Ms. White with regards to responsible pet ownership and animal control bylaw on and off leash areas. That's a nice little title.
Thank you,
Ms.
Your
White.
Worship and Council. Before you, you have what will be the first step in the introduction of a draft responsible pet ownership and animal control bylaw at a future meeting. This has been a project we've been working on since 2023. And as this sort of first kick at the can, we wanted to come before council and present to you an optional on and off leash areas map with some specific requests for direction on a few areas within the community. As part of this this work that we've done on this bylaw, we went out to the community in 2023 and we engaged the public, and we received overwhelming 840 responses to our online survey, which is some of the best feedback we've ever received, I think, in that realm. So we have compiled everything together for you here in what I hope is a digestible way to look at some of the most notable points of the community feedback. All of this information is contained in the What We Heard report that we actually presented to council in 2024, early 2024. So this is just kind of that condensed version of that community feedback. We've also included some condensed comparative research for council to consider when looking at on and off leash areas in a community. And we looked at communities that were, you know, similar in size, similar in makeup, but also that were resort municipalities. We included some of those in there, just given the sort of tourism aspect to people coming to town and looking for places to walk their dog, that type of thing. And we've also included a little section on some anecdotal information and bylaw perspective, just to give you an idea of what we've heard throughout our few years in working on this bylaw and what we've heard in community conversations, various calls we've gotten from the community. But basically the highlights are that this map brings the whole community, with the exception of the areas noted in green on the map, as an on-leash area. This is consistent with, you know, what we've found in our research throughout other communities in BC. And the additions of the off-leash areas, we feel reflect the community feedback that we got through that What We Heard report, stakeholder feedback with interested groups in the community that we spoke to, and just sort of best practices that we've come across looking at other bylaws, other communities, and what they're doing. So the two areas that we are looking for specific direction are on our Keith King Memorial Park. Keith King is sort of one of those areas of the community that has a bit of history behind it, and so we've sort of inherited what's become a very popular area for off-leash walking of dogs. We inherited that just based on what's happened in the community over the years and what's happened with the changes within bylaw over the years. So once we started taking a look at things, we realized that some of the biggest concerns we've heard from the community in that area, in particular, are dogs on the actual sports fields and some of the challenges that poses, both from an operational standpoint in maintaining and taking care of said fields, but also from the community standpoint of, as an example, having, you know, young kids playing on a soccer field and what comes with dogs walking around on a soccer field. So what in our research, we started looking at all these other communities and realizing that it's actually very common for communities not to allow dogs on the sports fields themselves. So we've presented that as an option for council to consider. We are also decided, in the interest of creating a balanced approach and looking at how that space is really used. So, you know, we have those outdoor concerts, we have a long winter season, we have various other activities that happen up there. We presented an option for council to consider a seasonal schedule for dogs to be allowed on leash, that we could outline with targeted signage and, of course, educational activities, which are going to be a big part of rolling out any type of new animal control bylaw in the community. So that's sort of Keith King in a nutshell. And the second area that we're asking for specific council direction on is the disc golf course area. This is basically do we want it to be an off-leash or an on-leash area? Earlier in the report, we sort of gave you some highlights of what we heard from the community about these areas. It is certainly a 50-50 with the golf course. I think that, you know, there's a big portion of the community that feels it should be on leash. There's a big portion of the community that feels it should be off leash. And so we are hopeful that council could have some discussion and consideration and provide us direction in that area. That is the basics of this report. We also included for you the proposed map, which outlines some of the areas that we are proposing be off leash in the community in order to create some balance with the on leash proposition. So we've presented you with a few options for consideration, and they are before you, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. White. Council staff are looking for some direction, and we'll maybe start with specifically Keith King Memorial Park. Staff provided two options there.
I was just
grab
going to
my
make a
pen.
discussion first before we go into a motion. On.
So is there a need for supplemental information prior to getting the motion on the floor?
I feel there is, yeah.
No, and that's what I'm saying. So specifically to Keith King or overall?
Overall.
Okay, please.
First, I'd just like to mention this map here. Overall, I have concerns of the way the map is presented with all of area being in one color on leash, just due to the fact that I live in an area where dogs walk by, and I and my children have been yelled at to put my dog on a leash when my dog has been on my own property. So I feel that is a little misleading when it shows everything. It doesn't have the conception when your dog is on your own property, you do not have to have a leash on your dog on your property. So I feel that just the way the map is laid out makes it look like everywhere has to have a dog on a leash, and that's not really the case. So I would like that addressed somehow, because yes, I have been yelled at to put my dog on a leash on my property. So I feel that map is a bit misconstrued, or how could we represent that? I don't know.
Thank you for that, Ms. Seville.
I think in terms of how you might represent that, this is mostly for discussion. I think that we would have different types of maps for different uses. So this might form part of the bylaw, whereas we might have different tools from a communications perspective. For example, our current off-leash map is a very simplified map. The only concern I would have with something as specific as what you're asking for is we would have to basically color every single street and every single green space other than private property to make it as clearly delineated. Whereas I think it is common knowledge that on your own private property is a bit different, and that might be part of the education scheme more so than a map design problem. But we can work with our GIS folks to see if there is a way to make that more clear, but just
Or a
flagging the difficulty in that.
Yeah.
Qualifier on that particular map saying referencing private property.
I would agree with the director in that as part of our communications plan, which we've developed for this, we can certainly layer in that messaging to any visuals we put out there, specifies municipal, public versus private, etc. I don't think that should be a problem for us to do.
Thank you for raising that. Counselor Hamburg, I see your hand up relative to the broader issue of on off leash or specific to either Keith King.
Just what on or off leash on private property. And I think does the bylaw speak to on leash on your own property, or does it?
Sorry to interrupt you, through your worship.
Yeah, does it speak to it or no?
Ms. White?
The bylaw doesn't specifically speak to, like it doesn't have a provision that says your dog is allowed to be on leash on your property. Pardon me, off leash on your property, but the bylaw does have provisions around what happens when your dog leaves your property. So the language in the bylaw would be specific to public, municipal land and property.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Manuel?
I'm going under the assumption that dog which is off leash and maybe out of sight or is more likely to leave a deposit behind. I take in several of the concerts in the summer in Keith King Park. Kids running all over without a lot of supervision because they don't need it. Little kids, people spread blankets out on the grass, and no one wants to, spread the blanket on something they don't want, like some feces, or have little kids come back with it on their feet. So, yeah, any way of, I don't think they should be off leash there, kind of thing, because I think that increases the odds that could happen.
So Counselor Manuel, I'll take that, speaking to Keith King Memorial Park, speaking to option 1. So you move that in the form of a motion, we can get it on the table, we still have discussion.
Why not?
So we'll go through the process. Mover of option 1 with regards to Keith King Memorial Park, looking for a seconder. Counselor Routley, and speaking to the motion, Counselor Wheel.
I'd like to make the amendment.
Okay,
Okay. In addition to option one, I'd like to move that the extension of I've already sent the amendment to our corporate officer, that in addition to the existing off-leash area map, council add the section at Riverside Rotary Trail that enters at 7th Avenue and extends west of Fisher Road as an approved off-leash area. And that staff install clear signage so residents and visitors alike understand the off-leash boundaries. And I'd like to speak to the amendment.
so I've got,
or-
I'll look for a
Motion.
second to the amendment, then I'll go to Ms. Seville. Second to the amendment, Ms. Seville.
I was just going to suggest that we deal with those separately. So the first resolution that's currently on the floor is specific to Keith King Memorial Park only.
Okay,
And then we
Fair.
would go into the disc golf course, and then this would be a separate resolution instead of an amendment to the Keith King
okay,
resolution, if that's okay.
yep.
That's actually procedurally much better than what putting
Thank
the second one on the floor. So if it's okay with the mover and seconder, we'll just put that off to the side for a sec.
Yep.
And we'll just deal with the Keith King Memorial Park. Speaking to Keith King Memorial Park.
So I would like to, so when we say posted with signage and schedule, I do feel a seasonal schedule is quite important here due to the fact that baseball and soccer are 2 months of the year, so 10 months of the year, dogs could run freely. I've played ball up there for 20 years and dogs have run freely. So I do understand the need that people want some leash, but I want to amend and have, or I want to have it, what is the proposed schedule for seasonal off leash of the space? Because I was trying to understand by this, it made it sound like we were saying that seasonally dogs could be off leash, but during peak seasons they would be on leash. So I wanted some clarification on that.
So you seeking more information so that you can vote on the motion that's on the floor? Because the
Well,
motion on
I'm-
the floor right now is option one, which does not speak to a seasonal separation.
But down on here, it does says dogs on leash according to posted signage / schedule. So on
I'm
the
sure it-
map, go to the map. For consideration, Keith King Memorial Park Sports Fields, that blue there states signage / schedule. So I'm trying to determine what actually the motion is. Is it for a seasonal or is it for all time on leash? I didn't understand.
Ms. White, are you able to speak to that? So I'm.
Through your worship,
map.
I think that the map is flipped from option one and option two. That's a clerical error on my part. My apologies. So on the map itself, we have listed your two options, but they just happen to be flipped from what they actually appear as in the staff report.
Okay. So, yeah, and the motion we picked up on the bottom of page 4, option 1, and that's the motion that's on the table right now. And the map will reflect the language if this motion is successful.
Correct. The map will appear again will form part of the reading one of the draft bylaw. And at that time also, if there are further changes, we
Edits.
can do that at that time.
Ms. Seville?
Just to clarify, I think the intent of the mover and seconder was based on page 4, it's actually option 2, the seasonal on leash, correct? Just because the map was switched. So I just want to clarify with the mover and seconder before we.
So now I'm confused because I'm going to the bottom of page 4, option 1 talks about no dogs are not permitted. So
I would
move going to the mover and seconder.
well, seconding, I'm just throwing it onto the supporting it being on the table. I'll admit I was also caught up by the swapping between the map and the report. And my preference would be option 2, that there be some on leash periods or yeah. So that would be my preference. But certainly it's up to the mover.
So looking to the mover. Nope. No
Yeah,
pressure.
sorry, I'm getting a bit confused too, but
So
I-
are you willing to move option 2 at the bottom of page 4?
I'll go to, I'll happy to withdraw. I will withdraw and yikes. Yeah, that makes sense, better sense to me, quite honestly. I apologize.
So
Yeah.
procedurally, this is just a matter of changing option 1 to option 2 in the motion. So the motion now reads option 2 as per the bottom of page 4, with the mover being Councillor Manuel, seconder is okay, Councillor Routley. Speaking to the motion, Councillor Routley.
I guess on clarity for the last point within option 2, whether it is acceptable from April to October to have the dogs permitted on leash on the sidelines or actually on the fields themselves. Just to further add some complication from the mover.
So Ms. White, our staff looking for that clarification between the separation of the seasonal times.
Yes.
So then we need to go back to the mover and the seconder for some clarity on the October to April on leash only, or the April to October, the second one there. Yeah, sidelines or fields.
October to April, no, hold on, April to October, dogs permitted on leash on sports fields, sidelines only, or God. I surrender.
Ms. White,
If I could interject to hopefully provide a bit of clarity. The idea behind option 2 is to give council the opportunity to provide some flexibility to having dogs up at KMP. Option 1 was just, that's it, no dogs allowed on the sports fields. So to break it into 2, what could potentially be your 2 options, you could say that during the season, which typically is April to October, where there is soccer and baseball and live kicks, that dogs are permitted on leash on the fields, on the sidelines of the fields, meaning they wouldn't actually be on the fields. Or you could allow dogs during that same time frame permitted on leash still on, but allowed on the sports fields.
there's a part of me who wants to make the motion, but I'll go to Mr. Jenigar.
This is a great discussion. Sorry for the confusion of the swapping option on you, just to keep you all sharp. I have asked our Director of Recreation to come in here in case council has any questions from his perspective regarding dogs on playfields. Just to
Okay.
add more complexity.
Thank you for that. So I'm gonna go to Councillor Manuel and put some pressure on you to make a decision whether or not it's October to April on leash only, or the April to October dogs permitted on leash on sports field sidelines only.
One or the other. Okay, so October to April on leash only, except for on the field sidelines.
So the interpretation of that is October to April, dogs permitted on leash on sports field sidelines. Is that correct? This April to October,
Could I try again?
please.
So allowing the dogs on leash on the sideline. So
Yes.
regardless, dogs would be required to be on leash in this area. So we can just assume that dogs will need to be on leash in the sports fields area with the options that we've provided you, unless you decide to say we want them to be allowed off leash. The difference here is that they're permitted on the sports fields themselves. So for example, let's say there's a live kicks concert, which is on a sports field. You would be allowed then to walk with your dog as long on the leash right into that sports field. It can lay on your blanket. You can do what you need to do. With the second option, your dog would need to remain on the sidelines of that sport field. That was an option that we came across during some research of what other communities do. There's another community that escapes my mind at the moment that clearly signs the area to say the dogs are only allowed on the sidelines of the fields. So you would be sitting along the sidelines potentially with your dog on a leash.
Thank you for that.
Does that help?
Councillor Manuel, does that help you?
October to April on leash only. On the sports fields.
Okay, so that's okay with the second of the motion?
I think we're losing the plot. This is about
I want to
April.
talk dogs for a while.
We're April to October. The like option 2, October to April, on leash use only, specific to that other period from April to October. That is the question that staff have posed within option 2. I would humbly put forward as the seconder. Personally, I don't think that I don't know if it's necessarily an issue per se, but over that period of time, the number of times that folks will cut through the fields to make a shorter trip, we don't need to necessarily make that an infraction. And personally, I'd say that it would be fine on sports fields, but I would also defer with some judgment from the Director of Recreation Services to see if it is actually a messy situation.
So, Mr. Petrovic, you've been drawn into this. Welcome, yes.
We've worked back and forth with the bylaw department at length at this one and are happy with the recommendations that they're bringing forward in terms of how this can work out. There's some long-term issues up at the ball diamonds with a lot of people out there playing catch and fetch and everything right out on the sports fields on a regular basis. So those complaints come back to us from a user perspective in terms of the field use. So, having people be able to bring their pets up while they're on the sidelines enjoying activities is fine. And also from like a cut through perspective, there's plenty of sidelines on the fields and through the ball diamonds that give people easy access to the rotary trail on the other side. So that general direction definitely works and helps improve the challenges that we have on the operation side.
So my takeaway from that is that it's on leash on the sidelines, not on the fields, other than cut and cross.
As I understand the Director of Recreation Services, I think the preference would be not to have the dogs on the fields cutting through because there is sufficient trail around all the fields to be able to get to your destination without cutting across the field. I think that's what I understood the director to be saying.
Yes.
Councilor Cooper.
Sorry. So October till April, no sports, nothing happening on leash. So dogs cannot run around and be thrown a ball from October all winter long. They cannot be off leash when the fields are not being used. I don't agree with that. I feel like in the off season, October to April, dogs should have access to run around and catch a ball with their owner in a wide open space where there is no events and it's not conflicting with any activities. So I don't agree with the on leash in the winter on that. I would prefer to say off leash on the winter months when it doesn't impede other activities.
Council it's in your purview to make these types of decisions. I would just provide you with the information that the potential for waste on the fields, even in the wintertime, contributes to the to the degradation of the said fields, even like after the snow melts. So I just, for your consideration, that is still, that is part of the contributing factors to why we suggested no on-field use.
So I would
That's
speak against.
respectfully.
I would speak against the dogs being on the fields in the off season for just those reasons. Because it's out of sight doesn't mean it's out of mind. In the springtime, it all comes about. So I gotta be honest, I'm a little confused on where our resolution is and where the direction is, and I gotta look to the mover and the seconders.
So for clarity, I've just brought the resolution up here as we've discussed with the highlighted options for consideration. So at first we were talking about allowing them on leash on the sports fields from October to April. And then there was some additional conversation about only allowing them on the sidelines. So where we're left with our mover and our seconder is to determine sidelines versus sports fields.
From April to October.
Yes.
Yes.
As the mover.
Sorry, a question. I'd like to ask Mr. Jordan, you work with the playing fields, you work with the sports teams. Do you have issues with the dogs on leash in the summer or dogs off leash in the summer?
Yes. Yeah, definitely. In terms of some of the maintenance on the fields, in terms of some of the matters that are left behind and the cleanup on that side of things, we've definitely received complaints from our users around the condition of the fields. And if you look at the direction and the growth that's going within our soccer associations, hardball, softball, and the ability of having more of a pristine, well-maintained facility, we're following the best practices that most communities have in that dogs aren't allowed on the fields, but knowing the nature of our community and the fact that many of people are showing up with pets in hand, having them on the sidelines is a wonderful compromise and a step in a direction that hopefully both sides can deal with.
Thank you.
So then for clarification of the motion, are you eliminating the word sports fields? Don't. On leash from on sidelines from April to October. So Council, our discussion is reflective of 840 responses with regards to an on leash, off leash bylaw. It's quite interesting. I find it quite interesting. So with that clarity, is that okay with the seconder? We have a motion on the floor. I'm hoping it's much simpler with regards to the disc golf, but anyways, with that, any other speakers? Councillor Hambrick, I saw your hand up.
That's okay. My question's been answered.
Thank you. Councillor Guil, I saw your motion.
I'll speak towards this. I'll speak in favor of this because the people that will be using it on the sidelines are most likely the people that actually live up there. And they're larger lots, you have backyards, you play catch back there. And they're also gonna have that other area up there that's gonna be off leash. So I'm in favor of this motion.
Okay, anybody speaking opposed to the motion? If seeing hearing none, I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor of the motion as presented through much debate, discussion. Opposed? Carried unanimously. We still have to go on to the disc golf. There's two options there. Councillor Routley.
Short and sweet. I'd like to move option 2 that it be on leash, and I'll motivate if there's a second.
I'll second that motion to get on the floor.
Thank you. Motivating, if I may. Having actually just played a round of disc golf up there with some friends' dogs. It's never about your own dog, because your dog's always super behaved. It's everyone else's dog that is the problem. It's the same with drivers when I'm on the highway. And the reality is an errant throw, which I had plenty of on my round, can actually cause a lot of damage. I think I've contributed to the detriment of at least a couple of spruce up there. And I would hate to I'm always pretty cautious. I can see a human if they're walking through. The dogs, they vanish. And so to have them on leash and know roughly where a dog may very well be is beneficial. And yeah, the last thing we'd want is some sort of incident up there and be pretty traumatic for everyone. So I think that being on leash is best for all involved, including the furry friends.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the motion? Gosh. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay, and with this report, is there any other direction staff needed from council? Councilor Guil?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to make an amendment to the map and I think
Actually, there's a resolution behind you
yep, that's the resolution.
that you sent.
I'll speak to it.
Actually, get a mover.
I need a
You're moving it, looking for a seconder? Okay.
Okay. This area is the most densely populated area with condos and apartments that allow pets. It's line of sights are great for walking your dog because you'll see other dogs coming towards you. There's less chance of bear activity in this area where the other options do have bear activity and are prone to flooding, plus have the terrain that scares dogs. And there's not the line of sights as this area does. There's not a concentration of pedestrians in this area because they usually congregate near the pedestrian bridge. As well, you're depending a lot on that dog park that I would hope is not a permanent place for off-leash
It-
dogs.
For clarity, it's not a permanent, that it's a temporary.
It's a temporary place. So therefore, I really believe this one is wide open. It'd be easier for tourists to find. As long as we have signage, I think it gives a lot of area where it is on leash. And I just think this portion here needs to be added to the map. I've talked to a lot of people who've come up to myself, like while I was walking my dog, and has said that they moved to Golden because it is a dog-friendly community. And they're, they're not going to adhere to the bylaw. And I think if we give this option, it would get more people to buy in. And with having, those apartments like Riverstone and Ozo with pets as well, and all the condos and near our area, I think it's important to offer this one place because you can't even get back in these dog off-leash places when there's mosquitoes. It's like impossible. Half the summer we can't even walk back there. So I think this would give a friendlier place for walking your dog.
Okay, I've got a mover and a seconder. Is there anybody speaking against the motion, opposed to the motion? Speaking opposed to the motion?
I was going to ask our bylaw officer if he could give me some information relative to the motion.
We'll go look to Ms. White.
Without being able to look at the GIS map right now, a lot of 7th Avenue to Fisher Road is private property, which is the Rotary Trail. So because of that, I can't enforce on private property. So
There,
we have to make sure that that area is private or not before we go further with this.
Ken?
staff,
So just to clarify for Barry, this is just on the Rotary Trail, which is all town of Golden property, the trail itself. Unless there's.
And I'm
something
just
different about that.
wondering, what is your experience with do you get no one ever complaining about off-leash dogs on the Rotary Trail, or is it a regular basis? I'm just wondering what your experience is with off-leash dogs on the Rotary Trail. Maybe it's nothing. I don't
get
know.
complaints all over town with dogs off leash. It doesn't matter what part of town, it's all over. It's the same. It doesn't matter. People in this community believe that the community is an on-leash area. And as a result, you get people saying, well, that dog was off leash. And I say, well, it's not an on-leash area currently.
thank you for that, Barry. Ms. Seville?
Just to add some additional context on this specific area from the What We Heard report. So when we asked people to identify some of the areas where they might like to see off-leash areas, there was, I think it's a slightly smaller area than what you've proposed here, but one of the ones that did come up, and Carrie and I had spoken about this, was that along the Rotary Trail to Fisher Road was one of the areas that was suggested by folks. And so just in terms of trying to take a balanced approach, we picked a few that we thought made sense. So I think that adding another location is not going to make or break the new bylaw by any means.
Thank you for that. Speaking to the motion.
And I just want to also say it's 800 meters. It's a relatively small, but it's well used by people that are walking dogs there.
Okay, Ms. White?
Yes, through your worship, but thank you for everyone's input and opinion. It is most certainly not a difficult addition to the map. We are a dog-friendly community, so we are happy to oblige. In answer to your question, Councillor Manuel, our experience is that, as Barry stated, dog complaints and complaints for dogs on and off leash happen throughout the community. They're not specific to one area. What we're trying to strike here is a balance that gives the ability for folks to walk with their dogs off leash, walk with their dogs on leash. Ultimately, it's the responsibility of the pet owner to ensure that even an off leash dog must still be under your control, and shouldn't be off leash if it isn't. So we're happy to take council's input into this and come up with something that hopefully will be agreeable for everyone.
Just for the record, it won't be agreeable for everyone. Just for the record. Councilor Cooper?
I'll go quick. So I feel like, yes, agreeing to this portion actually gives a loop for dog walking as well, as opposed to a straight line, which is in the back, which I also was going to add. That straight line at the back of the Rotary Trail is also flooded all spring, and you cannot walk back there because there's very high water usually. And having the dog leash park off leash area is also a temporary, as Councillor Guio pointed out, but it's also youth being able to get to the dog park from certain areas. Like, people drive there. So you're actually taking responsibility of pet ownership away from youth when they can't actually walk their dog as well, because they can't drive to the park sometimes. So it's giving options for youth to learn responsibility of their pet and taking care of their pet, which it creates a little loop. You can walk in a loop, and I feel like it is a necessary part for ownership.
Okay, seeing no other speakers, and I'm looking around with my eyes closed. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Fine. Carried unanimously. Councilor Routley?
Just a question, I guess, to staff. Is the intent then, like, public will have some, would there be another public engagement process, or at least just an information informing the public of what the changes are going to look like?
Through your worship.
Please.
More information will be presented at reading one, of the draft bylaw. But yes, indeed, there will be an extensive education period. There will be opportunities for community sort of open houses that we've planned, layered into our communications plan. And there will be, a lot of education given to the community prior to enforcement happening in any meaningful way.
Thank you for that, Ms. Seville.
And just to add to that, there's also the opportunity for people to provide input as part of the regular bylaw process. So through correspondence and that sort of thing.
Thank you very much.
As a tangential follow-up, I'm sorry.
Sure.
With the 800 responses that we received here, does the privacy legislation allow us to send them an email to get them involved in the budget process as well? Or
Tell them they can bring their dogs.
Not going there. Thank you very much for that. Like you say, I find it quite interesting that we have such a in-depth discussion. I'm glad we did. I'm glad we have some clarity around it now. I thank all of those in the audience for their diligence in going through this process. And now let's move on to planning and development. So, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Mayor Zust. It's been 6 weeks since this item was last on the council agenda. Since that time, notification happened to properties within 100 meters, both by mail and delivery. We waited to hear that Canada Post strike was ending and going to a rotating strike. So notices went out about a month ago. So I guess since that time, also there was a press release announcing that the Golden Women's Resource Center would be the operator for this project if it is approved and proceeds. And I'd like to commend this nonprofit who has existing housing experience to be stepping up to expand their portfolio. It is a big undertaking for them. So for a nonprofit to take on a project like this, and that's great. And we have Alicia Weir in the gallery, the executive director of the Golden Woman Center, as well as Stephanie McLeish, the senior manager for the interior regional development, and Sarah Atkinson with Vesta Consultants. I believe online we also have Amanda Panham, Director of Women's Transitional Housing for and support programs with BC Housing. I pretty much gave a lengthy presentation of this particular report since the last council meeting, so I'll be brief today, but prior to that, I'd like to say we have a number of pieces of correspondence for and expressing concerns or opposition enclosed with the report that were received by the deadline and the notice of 9 a.m. on Thursday morning. So just to recap, this is a resubmission of a development variance permit that was approved by council a year ago. It has an additional 10 units. These 10 units were requested to be included in the design by the executive committee at BC Housing due to increasing costs primarily. So the resubmission has been submitted, and there's three main variances. The most significant one is to parking. There's the parking variance is to go from 28 stalls to 12 stalls with a cash and lieu payment for the stalls in deficit. In the area, there is some municipal parking that's utilized by the Civic Center. The cinema does have private parking fronting it, but also the parking that's proposed as part of the bridge project that is enclosed on. There's a picture of it on the third page of the report, I believe. That parking will be served at times by those particular developments. There's also some on-street parking proposed north of the funeral home that will be formalized a bit more following the bridge project. The BC Housing Project is also proposing to do a frontage improvement fronting their project, which would add 6 public on-street stalls as well. I promised my presentation would be brief this second time around, so I believe I'll leave it at that. I think at this point, and just say that the infrastructure items, which seems to be in a lot of our discussions lately, coming out of some master plans that were published in 2024 and updated. The sewer master plan is updated in 2025, as well as the water plan. So there's a little section in there that they would be tributary to the 12th Street lift station contributions that the municipality would be front ending, and the pipes associated with that. And there's another tributary pipe that would have to be front ended as well. Those are outlined in the report. But ultimately, staff is recommending for this project. There's no other entity really stepping forward to fund these types of projects. BC Housing has put this project forward and is looking to bring 23 second stage and affordable housing units to our community. Yeah, ultimately that's why staff is recommending support. One other thing I wanted to add is, since the initial FAQ that was hand delivered by the Golden Women's Center to adjacent properties, there was another version published, and it just provided a bit more clarity, particularly stating that there are 16 second stage housings and units and 7 long-term affordable housing units. The Golden Women Center will be the operator and will manage the application process to get into the housing there, and that it will not, that the facility will not be a dry facility. We're kind of the main ones that stood out to me in the update, but again, we have representatives of the project here. And lastly, similar to a public hearing, when we provide our notice out to the public, we state that we'll provide an opportunity to speak. Now, this isn't a formal public hearing, so I'd request perhaps up to the chair, but that comments are a bit briefer, but yeah. Any questions?
Council, any questions prior to getting some input from providing the public an opportunity to speak? Councilor Dale?
Yeah, I just had a question for the operators and the parking issue. Is it a possibility that applicants would be told or expected, or so they know of the limitations of the parking situation, and would any preference be given to applicants without vehicles as part of a stipulation within the application process?
Is there someone here who could speak to that? I'll ask you to come up to the mic and just push the little button there and the red light goes on. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, councillors. I think that would be something that would be addressed as a case-by-case basis. So obviously, there would be communication to applicants about the parking that is available on site, and then would be addressed as a case-by-case basis as to those that have vehicles and those that do not.
Any follow-up, Councillor Dale?
No, just wanted to raise that as an option to help with the whole process here.
Thank you. Councillor Guillaume?
Thank you. Thank you for answering some questions. I have a question with regards to staffing. Now, I know when you're operating your women's center downtown, there's probably not enough parking for all your staff, correct? So they have to park at the CP parking lot.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, if you were to be housing this building, how many parking stalls would you require? Or is there other places that you can park?
Yes, we would require a maximum of 2 spots on site for staff that have to be available to respond to kind of crisis. And the rest would continue to park in public parking as they do currently.
So therefore, then with the 6 spots out front and the 12 to the side, there would be 16.
Correct.
Okay. 18. If you're accessing, okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Cooper?
Hi. My question is regarding the long-term units. So when I'm reading the proposal, there is that the women in the secondary are due to experience with violence. What about the long-term units? I feel that in Golden, we have financial insecurities with females. They are the first evicted but might not be victims of violence. Would they be given priority or would they be given an option for this housing in the 7 units? Or would houses remain empty to only fill a criteria of that part of the application? Or would women come in from other areas that were fleeing violence? I just want to have opportunities available for the insecurities that women in our community face besides violence, not to negate violence, but as there are other insecurities.
You able to speak to that in the spirit?
Yeah, and so it would be kind of twofold. So having, I think, the great opportunity about having this expansion of the project to add the fourth floor of long-term housing is because it provides that housing continuum. So people who are looking to graduate, if we will, out of the second stage housing, the long-term housing provides that opportunity for them to be able to move on into that. And it would also be accessible for women who are not necessarily coming through the second stage program, but who might be kind of precariously housed or at risk of being in a dangerous situation because they're being evicted because of a multitude of reasons.
So,
Follow-up?
yeah, what I'm hearing, so it would be option without that caveat for the additional 7 units to be open to house women within situations within our town would meet the criteria, would not be turned away from the additional housing.
Yes, that's correct. And also, from our point of view, from the BC housing perspective, we build housing to house people. So we wouldn't be looking to be holding units vacant for a specific opportunity if there was need within the community and people could be housed.
Thank you.
Councilor Manuel?
I just want to check, don't know if either of you have been landlords before, but I gather there is training which you'll be taking, not simply to be a landlord, but to be more than that, because the population you're looking at needs more than a simple landlord. But there is population or training available and also resources if you get stuck. Good to know.
Any response? Just acknowledgement?
Amanda, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely resources and supports. We have quite a few umbrella organizations, such as BC Nonprofit Housing Association, who oversee the housing sector. So they have a lot of great resources and operational readiness on their website, as well as provide guidance and training. So that would be a resource available to Golden Women's, as well as we just have a great support system with other housing providers who are operating this type of housing. So, through various platforms, Golden Women can reach out, they can ask questions, they can seek guidance and feedback. And of course, BC Housing is a partner in this project, so we'll be right alongside with them if there are any tenancy issues that do come up.
Thank you for that. Councilor Hambrick?
Yeah, thanks, your worship. I guess the biggest issue I have and continue to have is the lack of parking. We're trying to house some people that are in a precarious part of their life, and by restricting where they can park, they're going to have to get themselves from wherever they are into this housing. And that leaves them open and vulnerable to whatever may happen. And that concerns me, that they would have to be left in that situation when they leave their home and can't find a place to park. So I'm having good difficulty leaving this to be solved after it's built. I think it's better to solve it before we go into it. So I will not support it at this stage, at this level, until BC Housing comes up with some concrete plans and options for extra parking.
Any response? Clear?
I can speak a little bit to that. I think one of the big pieces is that, as Councillor Hembrook suggested, there is an opportunity for people who are leaving relationships and violent situations to have to walk in the community, and that exists as it stands. I think having a central place where women will go to live does not change the situation. We live in a small community. Many of the women that we work with don't have vehicles. They can't afford them. They don't have access to them. Maybe they've been in their partner's name, and therefore there's no way when they leave a relationship for them to be able to get access to that vehicle. Many women don't have driver's license. There's a multitude of reasons why women don't have or choose not to have a vehicle. where they live is and kind of their relative safety in the community doesn't change that. And so I think one of the beneficial things is that our staff are also able to provide women with accompaniment and transportation as it's required. So places such as going to the RCMP or to the hospital, any number of those things, we have staff on site that are able to provide that transportation and accompaniment, which also then helps to alleviate the need for vehicles. I think the location of this development is also really critical and valuable because it's within close walking proximity of downtown, grocery stores, schools, as opposed to other locations that are further away. And so I think that is also more conducive to supporting women without vehicles and helping make sure that they have access to the services and supports that they need.
Thank you for that. Councilor Guillo?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I like,
Actually, did you have a follow-up, Councilor Hamburg?
no, I just wanted to thank Alicia for her explanation and then helping me understand some of what supports that the Women's Center can provide to the residents in there.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll go to Councilor Guillo.
yeah, I also would like to state that less than, well, between 1 and 2 minutes, there's 3 public parking places in Golden with 94 spots. And if they only require 2 spots out front, we're short 7 spots. We've already had a pilot project where we've given a company in town permits to a public parking area. This is very, very important to have this built. If you don't have the second stage housing, 70% of these people after the first stage are going to go back. We said that there was 5 reported incidences with the RCMP in 1/4. Only 1/4 of people actually ever report this kind of violence. And I don't understand why there's so much opposition to this. I feel extremely strongly about this, and I will be voting for this.
Thank you, Councilor Cooper.
I was just going to ask clarification from development or from Mr. Cochran regarding, is it going to be angled parking on the road? Will it be accessible easily? Will the 6 stalls be able to be plowed, maintained due to road works, etc.? Or will it be a congested space?
Mr. Armstrong?
Yeah, so 11th Avenue South runs parallel to the highway, and it has the same width as the highway. So it's a very wide right of way. When the Francophone School put the sidewalk, or the property owner of the Francophone School put the sidewalk in connecting the Francophone School to the playground, the cross section was set for the east side, so it's parallel parking on the east side. With this first development application on the west side of the road, we have the opportunity to set that cross section, and BC Housing has agreed to put angled parking down there, which allows to go from 3 stalls to 6 stalls approximately. So yes, it is angled, and that would be carried down the cross section as the street develops. To your question about maintenance, the town has a snow maintenance policy, and clearing those stalls after a large snow event wouldn't be the first priority. Maybe that would, on a very large snow event, maybe be day 2 or 3. It doesn't mean that the operator couldn't, if snow was an issue, couldn't clear a bit of snow in that parking area, but the town would definitely maintain the on-street parking. Was there a question I missed? Or was that all? That was okay. Thank you.
No follow-up? Okay, Councilor Manuel?
I just wanted to say that, I mean, I've been doing a bit of research. So obviously I'm not going to be in this position, but I've heard that we've had 5 reported incidents of this kind of issue in Golden. I'm not sure but my understanding is that there's a lot of women suffering in abusive or bad situations, and there's a couple reasons they don't leave. One of the most important is because they've got nowhere safe to go. And providing a safe place for people who are being in an abusive situation, I think is quite important, not just for the wife or the mother, but for the children. So I'm very much in favor of this.
Thank you, Councillor Hambrick.
Yeah, just one further question regarding the 6 spaces that will be on street. Will there be a gutter and sidewalk put in there along for the building, or how will that be? Because right now there is no gutter or sidewalk along that section.
Mr. Armstrong, are you able to respond?
Yeah, per the subdivision servicing bylaw, it's the service area would call for curb gutter lighting fronting the development, and then with the Highway 95 bridge project, there would be a sidewalk also if you cross the street at the north side of the development, just on the south side of the funeral home, you would be connected to there'll be a sidewalk connection up to the river trail, and there would be a connection on the sidewalk network south to the Francophone School and beyond.
Thank you. Any other comments, council? So with that, I'll throw some of my comments in. First, a question of clarity to Mr. Armstrong. There is some upsize in a pipe that was needed. Do I understand correctly that BC Housing was front ending up to approximately $500,000 for that upsizing? Is that correct?
At this point in the variance report, we've identified that segment of pipe as an overcapacity pipe. In order for the project to proceed, it would have to be upsized, or
my takeaway is it's still under negotiation. Is that fair?
It would be something we would address at building permit. Like physically, the project can't proceed unless something changes in the distribution system.
Thank you for that. So my statement is that I'm 100% in support of housing of this type. As noted, this is data driven, and it's evident that our community needs this type of housing, and it is not and will not be provided by developers or the market. This is non-market housing. This is affordable housing. Each and every one of these units guaranteed is in the statements are going to fit the criteria of non-market affordable housing. This is an amazing opportunity for our community, especially for the women and young families in our community. I am supportive of this and look forward to this moving forward. Any other speakers? There's an opportunity for input from the public that are in attendance. Provide you that opportunity. I'll ask you to keep it really brief. You may have a sense where some of the councillors are on the subject matter. There's been lots of debate, lots of discussion on this matter. So I provide that opportunity now if you'd like to come forward and speak. Go ahead. Just state your name, please.
Nicholas, I'm pro for the project as well. I do live 2 doors down.
Nick gonna ask you to sit on the mic.
Trying to dry out my pants. When it comes down to it, you got a Francophone school across the street. You get we know the people that own the gas station as well behind us. We have tenants that are in the commercial building on the corner, and our tenants have signs, no private parking and whatnot. I'm sure you're aware, Joy, you used to be a tenant in there as well, right? Every morning, parents struggle to find parking to drop off their kids. You got the movie theater, it can be a busy area. It may be an eyesore type of an area, but that can all change sooner or later. But my whole thing is, like I said, I'm pro for the project, the location, I don't know, I'm pro for. The snow removal, it happens in front of our house. We see the pile up every year. Sometimes we're using our tractor to push it as well. You see kids walking up and down the street from the Francophone school, their playgrounds across the street. Just this weekend, you know, we have high school kids that hang out in the back alley. You never know what can happen, right? It's just once you add that many units, I just think there's a lot of population in that one spot. And, you know, for other business owners, if you have overflow parking on private property, for example, that's not fair to them either. But I don't disagree with the project. I just think, like, you know what? There should be more parking. Figure out a way, right? Pay more into the parking fund, right? Compensate for that. Like now, if you want to go buy a condo somewhere, well, we get it. Condos don't come with parking nowadays. You got to buy your parking stall. But this is more in the affordable section, right? The housing report just came out, what's affordable in Golden and the province, and it's high. I agree, right? But for someone that's related to business owners or talks in that circle or whatnot, and our tenants are complaining to us, so there's never parking available, or, you know, it turns our customers away when they have to park 2 or 3 blocks up the road, right? Or, you know, like there's not enough parking for Eat Pure, for example. Where's their property line and where do they go and park? On private parking, right? There's a liability, right? When things like this can happen, like who's at fault here when you got the gas station wide open and something can happen there, right? You can't control the demographic or the type of people. If someone does need to go to one of the resources such as the RCMP, well, that's one staff member that has to go and take them up there, right? Or if you're in a situation. But Golden, my wife has just come here with her friends. We were able to walk from the set of lights to King Crescent in 10 minutes. It's a walkable community. You know, I have family members that are in their 80s, right? They have no problem and they can walk, right? But when it comes down to parking and, you know, where that area is, there's other businesses that they need those parking stalls. It brings in those customers and whatnot. So if you're going to do the project, you know, make it fair to everyone, right? But yeah, parking and storage and that too, right? Like you got to be able to provide these people the proper amount of storage for their outdoors activities and things like that. Make sure it's safe and locked up and that too, right? But yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Nick. And what I took away is the densification of that area and the issues around the parking.
Yeah, you got kids and you got.
There are some challenges. Please, name, please.
Oh, Taj Manhas. I just have a question. I was reading up on it, and some questions, I guess they were answered if I have it correctly. The timeline, I shouldn't say timeline, but the housing timeline for, I guess, turnover, I think it was 6 to 18 months for second stage before then they try to help them find a rental or somewhere else. So I remember in the last meeting, they were hoping to try to get community members in first, the Golden community, before pulling from all around
Other
different
communities.
regions. So my one question was, with how difficult it is to find affordable housing in Golden in general, what are these tenants, are they able to stay past 18 months? Does 18 months turn into 3 years? Is it able to go 5 years? And the reason why I bring that up is with us having a good chunk of units that are in that affordable housing, we don't really have much turnover ourselves. So how does that work? If it's the second stage, you're trying to help.
Where did they go from there after the 18?
Yeah, after 18 months, well, the 18 months may turn to 2 years to 3 years and so on.
So I'll look to BC Housing or Alicia.
I'll switch you.
I can jump in and then maybe Alicia can go. So definitely. Oh,
Yeah, go ahead, Amanda.
Oh, sorry about that. So absolutely, length of stay can vary in second stage. We typically go to about a 2-year mark. We do say 6 to 18 months. However, we want to recognize that every woman is facing unique challenges and that we can't necessarily put, you know, a 6-month timeline or an eight-month timeline on supporting that woman. So Golden Women's will work closely with each woman and meet her needs and support her to then either move into one of the longer term housing units, or we do have access to rent supplements. So again, within the community, if there are private market rentals, you know, again, the staff at Golden Women's would be supporting women to move along to other housing opportunities with the assistance of a rent supplement if, you know, affordability is one of the barriers.
Anything to add, Alicia?
I think she mostly covered it. I think just kind of working to ensure, I think that's the beauty of this edition and updated plan and proposal is having on-site long-term housing. And then, as Amanda said, working with individuals to access subsidies, to look for alternatives, and also recognizing that a lot changes in a person's life in that time. And so maybe all of a sudden they've kind of had the time to be able to get some education upgrading and are now in a different job that now they can access and afford rental market housing. And so looking at supporting women where they're at and helping them access and kind of move to housing that suits their needs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilor Manuel?
Please, I could be wrong, but I think maybe the question was if you have people going into the top floor extended, and they don't want to leave because they've got a nice place and they're comfortable there and they're used to being there, but they're tying up one of the fourth floor places. How?
For clarity, the fourth floor is long-term rent,
Yeah.
and long-term means
Long-term.
long-term.
So now they can stay there indefinitely?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Any other members of the public have some comments they'd like to provide?
So can I extend on I guess, okay, that's all, yeah. So for the long-term housing, for those units, how many was it for the 7? And there, a total in the buildings 28?
23.
23. So theoretically, if say the 7 on the long-term was, they graduate up to the long-term and they stay as long as they want, that's great. So now when we're trying to graduate everyone after, again, whatever the time may be for them to graduate out of the program, there's a supplemental income, which is awesome. Going kind of what I was getting at was if they can't find housing in say Golden's market, which is quite up there, does the project help them get somewhere else to a different region? Then we pull in, refill back in the communities again. And then the other aspect of is the introductory of this project having, I guess, the part to satisfy the parking issue, I guess, is to hopefully hope that the people coming in don't have vehicles, but once they graduate, you're trying to help them find housing, and it may be on Pine Drive, it may be anywhere in town. So I guess one of the criterion basis on this project is a parking variance, and an argument, I guess, on it is the need for vehicles. On the housing side of it, it is to house them, help them graduate to another program. So let's say 7 long-term units are taken. There's no need to go anywhere else in town because you have something that satisfies you what you need. So now you have the other 16 units, the turnover on it, right? Are we going back to, are we the turnover going to community first? Are we then at that point that turnover changes? Because if Golden's market is stagnant, they're moving to what region? They're going to Invermere? Are they going to wherever in the province? Is it
So
how do you keep that
I'll look
going?
to BC Housing or Alicia or just respond to provide the information.
So I think it's important to start by reiterating that this is the development that's being proposed is data driven. So what we're seeing is that these people are already in your community and they need this support and this housing. So as as Councillor Manuel said earlier, it is housing, it is needed in the community. We can see that in the data. But what's also really important to iterate is it's not just a safe place to live, it's also provision of supports. And so that is a huge part of this provision, and it helps women move on from needing this, safe first stage to stabilize, get safety, get educated in whatever it is they need for supports, and then work with people to find long-term housing. So it's not necessarily about if there isn't more affordable housing, people won't be able to move there, because it actually isn't a specific demographic that can be experiencing this challenge. It could be anybody in your community.
And I think also just looking at kind of migratory trends in our community, right? There's often people that move in and out of town for a variety of reasons. And so just because somebody's living in long-term housing, they might be there for 10 years, they might only be there for 6 months. Different family work situations arise that bring people in and out of the community. And kind of as was stated earlier, one of the beautiful things of second stage housing is helping women during a time of transition. And so, as I kind of alluded to earlier, sometimes that's helping with education and upgrading or job skills training, or kind of looking at being able to relocate to be closer to family or different types of things. And so there is just kind of naturally the opportunity for change of circumstance after somebody's lived in second stage housing. And as Amanda stated earlier, there isn't like a hard, okay, it's your 18-month mark, we're kicking you out the door, pack your bags. It's something that's kind of worked with people in their situation, and they're supported over time to make sure that they're able to access and achieve their goals, and kind of access and look at the different housing opportunities or life opportunities that may be before them.
Thank you for that. Councilor Cooper, comments?
I was also going to comment that we also do have Molnar Gardens in town. That is a subsidized housing facility that people could then graduate to a unit such as that. So there already is upgrades, or not upgrades, transit. There is reasonable places for people to move to that is not market rental as well. So there is things that already exist in town that people could transition to.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So I'll provide another opportunity. If there anybody in the gallery has brief comments?
My name is Justin Bond. So back to the long-term housing units, I'm just kind of curious on, so are men allowed in the long-term units? Say for instance, they wanted to have a dinner party, Christmas, any of those, or there's a straight out ban?
I'll look to, is it appropriate to look to Amanda to answer that, or Amanda, are you able to respond to that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So under the RTA, we, can't regulate guests. However, that is going to be part of the conversation with Golden Women's as they do the intake. So I really want to highlight that the conversation upon entering this type of housing is between a resident and Golden Women. So there's going to be an expectation of the type of housing. We don't want to, limit aunts and uncles and, family members, if there's culturally appropriate elders who might be visiting. We, again, really want to meet women where they're at for their initial support.
So that being said, men aren't allowed to stay the night, for instance.
We would discourage that.
There's like long-term housing is just for women and children.
The intent of this housing is affordable housing for women and children.
Okay.
So they're not.
Is alcohol allowed in the long-term housing versus the downstairs or the second stage? Is there a difference between the two?
So again, we're meeting women with where they're at in their life situation. Alcohol could be permitted on site, in any type of housing, whether it's affordable housing, private ownership. There may be individuals who are using substances or using alcohol. However, I think what's really important for your community is that this type of housing is providing on-site support for women and children. So if they do need supports and referrals, they're going to have access to Golden Women's staff to be able to support them in their transition.
Okay. Well, we know that Golden doesn't have resources for addiction and mental health in with our doctors here in town with Interior Health. If this becomes challenges in the facility, how do you deal with it? Do you just send them out to other places like Cranbrook, for instance?
Are you able to respond to that, Amanda?
Yeah, and maybe I'll look to Alicia as well. So we do partner with quite a, I think one of the beautiful things about women's housing is we're in close collaboration with our neighboring communities. So if there's supports, working with them, if there's a better type of housing that might be able to support a woman, it's important to recognize that Second Stage is under a program agreement. So there are expectations about maintaining the program. Each program looks a little bit differently, but things like attending, maybe weekly meetings with staff, setting goals, and just ensuring that they are being good neighbors to not only the other residents living in the facility, but also the staff, because we are creating a safe and stable environment. But we would be working with the partners to identify appropriate supports should this type of housing not be able to meet their needs.
So if these expectations aren't met with a tenant, what is your next step? Is there eviction, like
Well, our last step would be eviction. We're in the business to house individuals. And again, recognizing the vulnerability of this clientele, we wouldn't want to put someone back onto or into a precariously housed situation. We know that it affects community, it affects fire, it affects RCMP when individuals are precariously housed. So we again would be working very closely to be working with that individual to identify what their needs are and matching them with appropriate resources.
Perfect.
Eviction would be the absolute last step. And again, under a program agreement, there is opportunity to end a program agreement. Under the RTA, it's a different process.
Yeah, and I'm not against this facility whatsoever. I was actually against it when they first proposed it with the 13 units. Now that the size has increased and the long-term kind of wishy-washy sort of, with the men and the alcohol allowed on the site, it kind of brings me a little bit more concerns in that level. So now that I've done a lot more research, I'm more for the previous 13 units. I mean, the last design didn't have ground floor units accessible, so maybe there could be adjustments in that plan to maybe instead of 13, maybe bump it up to 15 to meet the parking demands. But I have another few questions. It'll be really quick here.
Thank you.
It says that there's a gender diverse residence housing, not just women and children, because we all know that there's different needs for every individual. So is it a person that was born a male that identifies as a she, her eligible to live there? Just said.
We don't discriminate against gender identity.
Okay, so that's I've done a little bit of research as well with Dynamics in Vermeer. I've contacted the director there, and she had said that because I was doing a post on social media for asking about the parking requirements and how the parking is on that facility, she was actually couldn't respond to my posts publicly online, but we did talk on the phone and also via a messenger. She asked, of course, to the reason why she couldn't respond was because she didn't want to bring any sort of publicity or because they've had abusers that have tried to contact their women in their facility. So after, I'm just curious, how do these women have contact with, like, how do these women have no contact with their abuser with the location of the downtown core that you that we're applying for? Just because it seems like it's a her thing was it's kind of off to the side of the town. It's kind of a separate thing. The women there suffer from anxiety and PTSD because of their abusers. Now, having this facility in our downtown core, of its size basically is a big billboard in my mind. So how do you plan to keep the abuser not knowing where this woman is in that sense?
Who's able to respond to that, or are you able to respond to that?
I can maybe start, and Alicia, you might have a few things to add. So again, I think a lot of the questions being asked are very general, and it's really case by case with a woman. If a woman is at extreme risk, their abuser is living in the community, oftentimes they do have to leave community for a little bit. We don't want women to leave community. We see in our statistics that women are actually leaving the community of Golden because there is no affordable housing. But that would be the extreme, is having to temporarily relocate a woman to another community to ensure her immediate safety. In regards to the location, we do our best to keep it as confidential as possible. Again, by having staff on site, by doing safety planning with the individual, sharing information with the other staff members so that we can develop a really concrete safety plan should an abuser arrive at the facility. I also want to highlight that one of the benefits of this program is that this is a purpose-built. So we really have a lot of influence into the design of the building to ensure the safety. So, cameras, fencing, we do a SEPTED report, we have a vestibule, the dual doors. So there's a lot of emphasis put on the security of the actual asset itself. Alicia, maybe I'll pass it over to you if you have any other comments there.
Yeah, thanks, Amanda. I think one of the interesting pieces that I would like to highlight here that I think seems to be a theme is that somehow by adding this development, we're adding these issues. And I really want to highlight that women already are experiencing this in our community. And so women already are trying to find safety and security from their abusers, whether they live in safe housing or not. People have different ways of finding access. And so I think we need to really be mindful that women's safety is already at risk, and that by having this development, we're creating opportunity for them to have safety by having, as Amanda said, a purpose-built building where there's security on site. Oftentimes women are living in sketchy basements or precariously housed where their safety is further compounded and put at risk, whereas having a development like this is creating and adding levels of safety. It's in a neighborhood where there's other neighbors in the building and in the surrounding area who can provide additional eyes and provide safety. And so I think it's really important for us to remember when we're talking about how do women get around safely? We work with women to safety plan because they already are our neighbors. They're our colleagues. They're people working and living in this community. And just because we don't see them or we don't know that that's what they're experiencing doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And I think that's really important to highlight in this context. I also think it's important to highlight that consumption of alcohol and drugs happens on a continuum. And I think there's a lot of judgment and stereotypes that's taking place on the amount of substances that people might be consuming in this building. I think very few places I have been able to find have kind of outlined lease agreements if you're a landlord prohibiting the use of alcohol or drugs on site. And this is similar. These are individuals living in their homes. These are meant to be homes for women that are safe and affordable and comfortable, where they can celebrate, where they can experience joy and safety for the first time. And so by having this idea that everyone misuses substances or is using them very heavily is based in all kinds of judgment. And I think whether you have a drink in your house and whether you're living in affordable housing or you own your own home, that shouldn't matter. That should be up to your choice. And we support women in making the decisions that are best for them. And we think that women should have autonomy over their own bodies. And so looking at that and keeping that in mind as we have questions about sobriety and requirements for criminal record checks and everything like that for this location. These are our neighbors. These are people that live and work in our community. And it's simply adding a level of safety and security for them to continue to be able to exist here and raise their children here. And that will be the end of my soapbox. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Couple more there,
Yeah,
Justin?
I just got a couple
If-
more.
Actually,
sorry, I just want to make a comment to remind council of what was mentioned at the beginning of this. This is not a public hearing.
Yeah.
This is also council's meeting where you've been invited
Thank
to witness the decision-making made by council with staff input. I would caution against the back and forth that was happening. It's not the intent of this meeting. It is council's decision. And I'd remind the mayor as chair of this meeting to try to keep focused on the development variance permit at hand.
Yeah.
And not all these other peripheral issues.
Yeah.
Which is not what this decision is about.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I totally
Mis-
agree with Alicia. And I know our town needs this need. I know I'm for the women's and children's location. What has brought up though is like the variances of the parking and the need. And I know it's a data-driven thing. I've talked to Alicia personally. She said that we currently have 10 women in our area that need this type of housing, and I am for it. I have also know that Invermere has 10 units with parking stalls for all their women. I know that in Cranbrook, Havens Gardens, they have 18 units, all with their own parking. I am just concerned over giving these women the best chance that they can have, which I believe is having a vehicle to be able to support themselves, have a functioning place to park in the winter, to plug in their vehicle, to move forward in life, to whether it's going from a hockey game to a medical appointment in there. I know there's services that they will be allowed, but that is not 24/7, where if this woman wants to leave, she has the means to go whenever she wants. I am for this development. The 13 units plus, I think we should put the extra 2 or living space, because we have kiboshed the commercial area on the ground floor. I believe that with this development, it will be an asset to our community. I know there is a need. I know our women, or especially the 10 women that are currently waiting for this need, will be happy, and they will flourish with the possibility of having their own vehicle, safe, secure, and ready to take off at any moment's notice.
Thank you for that,
That's my closing
Justin.
statement.
Hi, my name is Brandy. So what I've read is that this is data driven, the necessary amount of units, or is it for the developer? Because we want to,
Mr. Armstrong, are you able to respond to that? Or should I look to,
the 13, we approved the 13, but now we're going up. Is this data driven or is this for the developer? Yeah, I heard it was on the notice. It said that we were going up a level to make it cheaper for the developer.
please? This is kind of contrary to the direction of the CAO. I think there's a lot of good information being shared for the public and for council. So I'm going to carry on with this.
So we know that there is a high need for affordable housing in Golden, and this is providing and meeting that need. Part of the challenge in developing in this time is that it's exceptionally expensive to build. And so part of the challenge that we are having, and also we're seeing changing numbers. So that original project that came forward at 13 units was proposed some time ago. By the time it came forward, the costs and the need in the community had changed. And so there is opportunity here. We could see opportunity here to increase the number of units to meet the need, and also make the delivery of this project viable.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. So with that added to our neighborhood, you're now we have the French school, the civic center, the movie theater, the funeral home, all compounded in parking spots in our area. We have the French school that will not utilize the parking in the back. All the parents utilize the parking in the front. When there's an event at the civic center, all the parking is taken from one end, the corner of, is it 9th Street, and all the way over to the movie theater. Like every spot is taken in that. So when you put in an apartment building in a space that's basically the same size of all of our home lots in the area, I'm not arguing about that. I'm just saying, do we need to go up this high? Are we bringing women in from other communities? And will they be utilizing a lot of our social resources, like our food bank that often struggles? So this is what I'm concerned. Are we taking something off the plate of local women to put it on the plate of other people? Which I'm sure, but our data, what you said in the first place was 13 units. I'm just wondering, adding all these extra units, is this going to be a struggle for our community? Along with the parking. Parking is a huge issue. I don't know if anybody's watched when the French school is, those kids have to travel down the street to their playground. I'm telling you, not one of those kids are street smarts. Have street smart. I've been coming in and out of that, and nobody's really supervising this. So bringing in all these extra vehicles, and I'm sure the tenants may not have a vehicle, but will their guests have vehicles? People visiting them? So I'm just wondering how these problems are going to be solved.
So thank you for making us aware of those concerns. Staff have worked with the developer, with the operator to provide some strategies. As we've heard, within the proximity, there's 94 stalls. I think that was the number that was used, 37, 37, and 20, yeah.
But
There's,
when this compounds into our neighborhood, who do we call to solve this problem? Because this has happened before in the past and we've had no support.
and it'll depend on what the issue might be at the time, but it's either the operator if it's specific to the facility, or it's the town of Golden if it's specific to a bylaw infraction of some sort. So that's as far as I can go now, because there's a myriad of potential what ifs. And you can't what if it to death. And that's really what a little bit of this is. I gotta be honest, this is what ifing it to death.
Mhm. Oh, yeah.
And that's, and we all have these concerns.
The developer, it was I'm not arguing the 13. I'm just going, with another low income housing development downtown at the DJ's place. Am I correct on that that's low income as well?
That's non-market housing, affordable housing.
Yes. So there is that. Why do we need to go up when we're offering more and more long-term
If we look,
low-income housing?
if we look to the housing, and not defending anything, but just to make you aware that we have a housing strategy, and it identifies the number of units that our community needs that are non-market housing. So this fits in within those numbers, and it's moving us to down that continuum towards being able to provide affordable housing for residents.
So it's residents that we're not bringing in people to fill these spaces.
And I can't respond to that. I can
Because
say
then I
that
wouldn't see why
from
we
my
would need
perspective, I
more.
see finances has driven, in my mind, finances of for the developer has driven the opportunity for our community to have 10 more non-market affordable housing units. And that's
in a neighborhood that's already struggling with parking.
absolutely.
Absolutely. So
Sure.
I'm just going to be clear that my family members will have to park somewhere over and carry their safe baby down the road to our house to visit. That's what we're looking at.
I can't respond to that, but I can say I hear your concerns with regards to that. That's for darn sure. I hear your concerns.
Okay, go.
Counselor Routley. Actually, I've got. Go ahead. I've heard that before, especially around this table, not pointing any fingers.
All right, my name is Stuart. I'm the owner of the Golden Cinema. right off the bat, I would like to say my only concern with regard to this development is the parking. I completely support the idea and the ideals and everything that I've heard today about this development. I think the town of Golden has an opportunity to explore some other options to get us closer to the required number of parking stalls. And I outlined some of those in the letter that I already submitted. One of those is that I believe I'm correct in saying that the town owns the grass area to the north of the funeral home, that corner. If that is the case, which I believe it is, I think there's an opportunity there to develop some parking stalls. Across the street from that, which would be in the northeast corner, basically from the French school playground round to the never-ending bridge development.
Good shot.
That corner, again, may be available to be developed into parking stalls. The width of the street, so 11th Avenue South, it's already been said that the sidewalk on the east side means that parallel parking is permitted on that side. I'm wondering about the other side of the street, whether angle parking will be available for the full length of the street, if that's an option. I think if we look at these areas, then we can get much, much closer to the required number of parking stalls and try and keep everybody happy.
Thank you very much. And to the question
I would also just like to point out that I read the parking report from BC Housing, and I got a real problem with them using Penticton, Kelowna, and Kamloops as examples of comparable communities. They're just not. I'm interested to hear from Justin there that the facility in Invermere and in Cranbrook has sufficient parking. And I think that's something that we should be striving for here.
Thank you very
That's
much.
all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Stuart. To the question of ownership of land and potential for development of parking in that area identified, I'll look to Mr. Armstrong. Just for information for council.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. There's just north of the cinema, basically from the lane to the Francophone School playground. There's about 15 stalls that would get formalized as part of the Highway 95 bridge project, and as well as the parking lot that's north of the cinema that's enclosed in the report. As far as just due north of the funeral home, working with the ministry during some of the original planning for the bridge project, we looked at that site to potentially fit a couple RV stalls. We do own a little bit of land there. It was tricky with power pole placement and the way the road aligned is it's kind of a half circle. So there is a possibility of adding a few stalls there eventually, but it won't make a significant dip. I think, looking around here, I think a good chunk of the gallery has had a chance to speak. And I think the CAO spoke really well about the purpose of this meeting. It's not a public hearing. Really, ultimately, despite our concerns with some of the data specific around parking that has been provided by the proponent, the decision in front of council is really a decision of whether they want to vary their bylaw or not based on the use that BC Housing is proposing for this site of second stage housing and long-term affordable housing, and based on there being 100 stalls basically in formalized parking areas that or soon to be formalized with those 15 stalls north of the funeral home, in addition to on-street parking that's not counted in the 11th Avenue block over time. So really that's the decision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Armstrong. We'll go to Councilor Routley.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you to staff and everyone that has shared either a written correspondence as included in the report or shared this afternoon. With that being said, I'd like to move that council authorize the issuance of the development variance permit, and if it's on the table, I'd appreciate the opportunity to motivate.
So is moving the recommendation. Looking for a seconder, Council Manuel seconding.
Actually, I was going to, and I'm willing to, but I thought Councilor Beal might like to do, now second this.
Second by Council Wheel. Speaking to the motion, Council Routley.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, certainly this presents an opportunity along with a lot of the other developments that we've seen in the community where, you know, the reality is that built forms are clashing with the footprints of the property that they have available to them. And as a result, there is a priority over homes versus parking spaces. And with that, I think comes a real opportunity for the municipality, especially with some of these larger denser or more dense building forms, to really shift the business case for transit in the community to make ourselves at least slightly more comparable to those communities. You know, not having transit is a huge detractor, but it shouldn't be at the detriment to projects that are so warranted, like this one. You know, the notion of it being a billboard, I think, is actually a positive that we are standing up for and lifting up the women in our community that are facing the worst moments, or some of the worst moments of their lives, and that frankly maybe the homes that their spouses are occupying could open up a bit and they can just leave town. That would be great. You know, I'm not wearing my blazer today, but the moose hide patch is pretty critical ethos, I think, and a value that I see shared around this council table around providing as safe a space for all of our residents, but in particular, the data can't be refuted that women, girls, and gender diverse individuals and further intersections within that face disproportionate impacts for intimate partner and gender-based violence. And we should be doing everything we can to stamp that out. So I'm urging support.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Council Wheel?
I'd like to speak towards the fourth floor on this. I heard a lot of comments on it, making the project more reasonable for the developer. But I did a lot of research, a lot. And the chance for these women to have a better life is to have that opportunity for long-term housing. And that's been, if you see over the history of these second stage houses where they don't have that ability to move them up to a long-term housing, is where a lot of the times it fails and these women go back to where they came from. I think with having 7 parking spots that are currently not knowing where they're going to park, but almost 100 spots in 3 different parking lots that could absorb them through permitting, if that's an option, that we can actually solve that problem, I think, fairly easy. This is really, really important to our community, and I'm glad everybody had an opportunity to speak, but I also believe that we have to be very careful with our language. And so I just, I want to say thank you for your participation, but remember, we're talking about women that are been abused. Thanks.
Thank you. I got Council Cooper, then.
I have one quick comment.
Before.
I know. The variance that we're talking about is height. And I just wanted to point out that the building size was 12 meters and the height maximum is going up to 13.6. So it's 1.6 meter difference. That's the variance that we're talking about. So it's not a huge, like 1.6 meters. That's what we're talking about. So I just wanted to put that in there. That's the difference.
If I translate that into something I understand, that's 5 feet.
Yeah, but yeah. I'm like, it's just when we're looking at the actual difference, it was commented like the height difference, it's not a big height difference.
Mr. Armstrong, response?
Yeah, I think Councilor Cooper raises a good point. By the developer stepping forward and having to apply for the height variance, that is ultimately the main variance, but because the zone allows for cash in lieu to be paid for the parking, which the variance permit is drafted to address that, but ultimately, if it was a 3-story building with the same amount of units, they could just cut the check. And if there was no other variances, we wouldn't even be sitting here in this council meeting today. So the developer has agreed to pay $72,450 a stall for the stalls they are deficient. And that'll go into the town's parking cash in lieu reserve fund to alleviate parking issues within the C1, C2 zones in the future. So that is a great point. And I guess lastly, I see a motion is on the floor. I think there's been some good opinions expressed, some mutual learnings, and I think just in light of the notice that went out, maybe we can do one final check that everyone in the gallery's had a chance to speak, and as well as the virtual gallery, make sure no hands are up before council votes. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I don't see any hands going up, and I'll go to Councilor Manuel quickly.
Once I turn my mic on. I want to move this forward now. I'm going to be voting in favor of it. I think we have opportunities, as Councilor Guillot has pointed out, for housing or for parking. And I want to get this thing going as soon as we can because there are people in need. Women abused, maybe women and families abused, and I want to see what we can do for that and not postpone it until we get everything in place. I think we have opportunities with parking. We can work with it. But let's get this thing going because there are people in need.
Thank you. Make a couple comments. I will thank staff for trying to keep me on track, and my apologies. But I think there's value in, I like Mr. Armstrong's language, the shared learning amongst those in the gallery plus around the council table. I thank everybody for being civil and respectful. And I'm hearing quite loud the support and the need for this type of a product in our community. I'm hearing that loud and clear, even when there are some concerns that have been voiced. There's a recognition of the need for the product and the services within our community. With all of them, just check my other notes. I think that was it. I'll be voting in favor of the motion. Manny, did you have something to say? Magic.
I know parking has been on the table. That seems to be the issue. Everybody's supportive of the housing, myself included, but is there if parking has been an issue over the years and is going to be an issue in the future years, in this area, if there was any type of development, is that developer going to have issues with parking again, or is that going to be at the table again? I.e. now we're paying into a parking fund of a unit that's 16 stalls short tomorrow, the next, or whatever the number is there. Whatever the number is. And that's just putting the project to the side, not spearheading the bad to it. My question is, what about the future? If Manny wanted to do something and the parking is going to come up again, Manny pays into the parking. The issue hasn't been addressed as really education for parking, maybe through Golden, myself included, will go to Calgary, spend $5-10 for half an hour parking to walk 2 blocks. This is small town living. So my question again is, in the future, if there was a development going to happen in that same block or area, what is going to be the answer to the parking issue?
I'll look to Mr. Armstrong to speak with regards to future development in that area.
Yeah, currently, Manny, let's say this is totally offside of this particular project. So for any future speakers, let's keep it a bit more specific. But if you want to put a second floor on your building, you could pay further cash in lieu into the fund. And you know, some of these projects that have come to light, like cash in lieu is great if ultimately you physically can't develop parking on your site. But for some of these larger projects, maybe the town in the future, you know, as part of redoing its official community plan, particularly the zoning bylaw, relooks at some parking aspects. There needs to perhaps be some bookends on that, but that's a conversation for another day. And I think.
The issue has been in the hand of the Lord since 1990.
Thank you, Manny. Yes.
Thank you. I just want to say one thing. That density there, your businesses in that building should be celebrating it. They're customers. Yeah.
He wants to expand his business. He's planning ahead for expansion of his business there, Councillor. So I'm going to call Councillor Hambrick.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I know I said it earlier that I would be voting in opposition, but after listening to some of the conversation that's gone on and regarding how the operation of the facility will work, I will vote in favor.
Thank you for sharing that. With that, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion? I'm taking Councillor Hambrick and Councillor Dale are in favor. I'm in favor. The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for your attendance for this portion of the meeting. It's taken a bit to get here, but we're there. So with that, we'll continue on with the agenda. Okay. Actually, I want a pee break.
I'm just gonna get you some more.
Thank you so much. So the next item on the agenda is the bylaw. Just Ms. Seville.
There's a staff report and 2 associated bylaws from the Director of Public Works.
Okay. You bring up that, there it is right there. Regulation fees. I just got to bring it up here. My apologies. Okay, Mr. Cochran, sir.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The recommendation before council is to give first, second, and third readings to bylaw number 1504, water system rates and regulations bylaw, and bylaw 1505, sanitary sewer collection rates and regulations bylaw. I'll just say briefly that the proposal before council is to provide readings on a bylaws for a term of 1 year. I've got on the line, hopefully, our consultant to the project, John Wenninger, of JW Infrastructure Planning Limited. John was our consultant to this study that we've undertaken to get us this far. And he's got a presentation that he'd like to provide and answer any questions council may have. And then after that, I can follow up with some other details that are sort of outside of his scope of work that are relative to the bylaw updates.
Okay, with that, welcome, John.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for having me today. I'm going to share my screen here, and hopefully this works. Let's see here. Two. Okay. How's that? Can everybody see the presentation there?
Yes, you can see the
Yes.
presentation.
Okay, excellent. So today I'm going to provide a brief summary of the water and sewer rate user fees report that was recently completed. I'm hoping you'll find this as engaging as the leash and off-leash discussion. I'm not sure if that's possible, but stick with me. There's a lot of numbers, so I apologize in advance. Hopefully, if you follow along, by the time I get to the end of the presentation, it should all be clear. But of course, I'll be available to answer any questions. Okay. So as you're aware, the Town of Golden's current rates and regulations bylaw expires at the end of this year. Since the adoption of the previous bylaw, there's been many engineering, planning, master plans created and completed. And as a result of this, there's a lot of needed capital projects which have been identified, which will be required in the next 10 years or more. Excuse me. These capital projects are significant, and therefore it's critical that the future user fees are updated accordingly to ensure that these projects can be funded. In determining the future water and sewer rates, we first need to develop a long-term capital plan. So to do this, we pulled together all of the planning, engineering, master plans reports that have been done and compiled them into a single comprehensive listing. And so this included the description of the project, the cost estimate, and the approximate timelines. In the detailed report, you can find the full list of these projects in the appendix. In addition, we also identified whether the projects would be funded by user fees or whether they'd be funded by other means such as development cost charges or other development cost recovery approaches, because we were really interested just in those projects that would be funded by user fees and not by the development process. Okay, so just to clarify before I go too far, the total revenue requirements for each of the utilities is simply the sum of the operating costs and the capital costs. So the operating costs include annual expenses such as labor, materials, gas, electricity, debt servicing, etc. And the capital costs are the average annual capital spending, which was derived from the capital plan that we created. So here's some numbers, and I apologize. I know there's a lot on the screen here, but this table is summarizing the forecast capital spending for both the water and sewer utilities over the next 25 years. And I've parsed it here into the next 1 to 5 years, the following 6 to 10 years, and then the 11 to 25 years after that. Also, you can see that we've separated those projects that'll be funded by user fees from those that are development funded. So the focus here on this project is to recover the capital costs for the projects that are funded through user fees and not development funded. Okay, more numbers here. So using that information, we can combine that with the forecast operating expenses, which came from the 5-year budget. We combine that with the projected capital spending. And here we've used the average capital spending over the next 10 years and escalated that by 2.5% annually. So you can see we've got an estimate now of operating and capital spending for the next 5 years between 2026 and 2030. So you can see it's significant, the average capital spending being about 1.7 million a year for the water utility and about 1.15 for the sewer utility. Okay, I just want to briefly clarify the sources of revenue for the water and sewer utilities. So the total revenues are a combination of user fees that would come from both flat rate and metered customers, plus frontage taxes, as well as a small amount from penalties and interest payments. So currently, the user fees account for approximately 90% of the total revenue into each utility, and the remaining 10% being a combination of the frontage taxes together with the penalties and interest. So assuming frontage taxes remain unchanged, then the user fees will be required to close any funding gap that exists. I also just want to briefly touch on the topic of frontage taxes. The town of Golden has a water and sewage frontage tax bylaw. And these bylaws actually date back to the 1960s. The original purpose of the frontage tax is not clear. However, it's likely it was used to service the debt on capital costs of new water and sewer infrastructure. Generally, once the debt has been retired, the frontage taxes would be removed. In the case of Golden, that frontage taxes remained in place, and it's been used to supplement the revenues into each utility. So the revenue from the frontage tax only amounts to about 8% of the total revenues in each utility. And as such, the town may want to consider, whether they want to maintain the frontage tax or if they want to maybe repurpose it and adjust the amount for whatever that purpose might be. So that might be a purpose for funding capital projects or for servicing debt. Right now, it's not clear. It just goes into the general revenue. Okay, so at this point, we have the information now that we needed to calculate the funds that will need to be collected by user fees. And I've shown that in this table. So for the water utility, we know the total revenue required is in 2026 would be about $2.3 million. If we don't change the frontage taxes, if they remain the same, you'd collect about $88,000 there, and then another $51,000 from other sources such as interest on reserve funds and penalties. So at the bottom, the total that is needed to be recovered from user fees is about 2.2 million. So just as a comparison, in 2025, the amount of funds raised by user fees will be about $1,027,000. So that's a significant increase, about 115%, if you want to close that funding gap. Similarly, for the sewer utility, the total that will need to be recovered from user fees in order to accomplish the capital works that have been forecast is about 2 million. And in comparison, in 2025, you're expected to collect about 1.3 million. So that equates to about a 55% increase required to close that funding gap. So that leads to the end result here. And in this table, showing the forecast user fees for flat rate customers. So currently for water, the annual flat rate is about $384. The forecast rate, if we want to close that funding gap, and there's 115% gap that needs to be filled, the annual rate would be raised to $826. That's the sustainable rate to accomplish the capital projects that have been identified for the water utility. Similarly, for sewer, the rate would need to move from the current rate of $482 to about $748 annually. I've just shown the flat rate customers here, but metered customers would also have a proportional increase to their charges. So that would be an adjustment of 115% for the metered users and 55% for sewer. I just want to note here that I've worked on user fees for dozens of communities. And in my experience, I know this seems like a really large increase, but in my experience or what I've seen, the forecast target rate here, 826 and 748, are about what I would expect. So I don't think this is really out of line. I think what's really happening here is we're doing a bit of catch up to get the utilities to more of a sustainable funding level. So how do you move forward? I think it'd be fair to say that increasing user fees to the target level that was identified here in a single year would not be practical, and certainly would be very unpopular to say the least. So a phased implementation would be the preferred approach, I believe. It's my recommendation that user fees for water would be increased at 10% annually plus inflation, and that sewer would be increased at 5% annually plus inflation. And this would effectively close that funding gap that I identified in approximately 8 years for water and 9 years for sewer, respectively. So what that would result in is a increase to water rates of 12.5% for 2026 and 7.5% for sewer in 2026. That's assuming an inflation of 2.5%. In addition, I would recommend that the use of the frontage tax be reviewed and either eliminated. It's only bringing in 8%, and it's kind of unclear exactly what the purpose of that is currently. So either you could eliminate it completely, or you could repurpose it for maybe for funding capital projects or other another purpose that would be more transparent to the taxpayer. Anyway, thank you for staying with me on this. I again apologize for the numbers, but hopefully I provided you a better understanding of how the rate increases were derived. I know they are significant, and I don't take that lightly, but I'd be pleased to answer any questions at this point.
Thank you very much, John. I've seen a few hands go up. Questions to John, Councilor Cooper?
Thanks.
Might start us off.
I think so. So when looking at these fees, when we have got the increase on the page of 115 for water and 55 for sewer, but then the recommendation is the 12.5, but we don't actually see the math there. So I want clarification that the water is currently at 384.52. With the 12.5%, I'm getting it at 432.58. And with the sewer at 482, I'm getting it at 519.04. Is that correct? I want to know.
I don't have that number in front of me. I believe, though, Director Cochran would have that in his report.
I didn't see it, so that's why I'm asking. I want to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, it would be effectively adding the 12.5% to the existing rate. So that would be correct if that's what the math is telling you there.
Well, that's what it's telling me, but I want a verification that that's correct.
We trust your math. We'll go to Mr. Cochran.
Thank you, Your Worship. So attached to the staff report, there's a few things. One of them is a report from John Wenninger, the consultant, explaining this in more detail, along with my staff report. But attached to that also are two draft bylaws, one water and one sewer. So if we're looking at the water bylaw, the proposed rate for 2026 for basic unmetered users is $432.27.
Good job.
Okay, and you'll see something similar in the sewer bylaw. Find it quickly. Sewer basic unmetered user is $519.04.
Councilor Cooper, you have to have faith in your math.
No, thank you. Well, I guess there was a lot of numbers going back and forth, and I wasn't sure what the actual number was, so I really did want clarification on that. So thank you.
Any other follow-up?
Nope.
Councilor Guile?
I have a question with regards to, like, these are pretty heavy in capital costs. What is your department doing about applying for grants so that we don't have to realize these type of increases?
Mr. Cochran?
Yep. So through your worship, We're mindful of granting opportunities, absolutely, especially for water and sewer capital type infrastructure. Most recently, we've applied for a Canada Housing and Infrastructure Fund grant for sewer infrastructure upgrades along Fifth Avenue South, for example. As they come up, we look at the grants, and if there's a fit, we'll bring that to council and recommend we proceed with an application so that we can leverage our limited available funding against that.
No follow-up? Okay, Councillor Manuel?
Mr. Cochran, am I right in guessing that every municipality in Canada that's not in a drunken stupor would also be applying for the same kind of grants? Like we're in the same, I mean, there may be some places that don't have a infrastructure deficit, but my impression has been that it's very, very, very common.
Mr. Cochran?
Yeah, through your worship, anecdotally, I can say that what I have heard about available grant opportunities past is that they're heavily oversubscribed. So that means to me that, you know, there are many communities are like us, in you know, in respect to being behind the eight ball, if you like, with infrastructure renewals and their ability to fund them.
Follow-up?
And which makes sense to me that yes, we apply to every grant we can possibly get, but at the same time, we don't depend on them because maybe we get lucky, but not as much as we would like. So we have to figure out other alternatives.
Thank you. I'll move on to Councillor Routley. I have myself on the list.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question through you to John, I guess on the within that those operating costs, did that include any annualization or sort of the lifetime costs of the existing and then developer contributed linear infrastructure, or was it purely just you know, the day-to-day maintenance and not necessarily like a lifetime cost replacement model?
No asset renewal.
Through your worship, that's an excellent question. Generally, a lot of times when we do these types of studies, we use the life cycle of the infrastructure in determining the sustainable capital fund, needs. In this case, we were able to use the actual capital projects themselves. So these are real projects that need to be completed and not, it's not based on theoretical lifespans. So to answer your question, it is just to fund those projects themselves and isn't not to fund the eventual replacement of any of that infrastructure in the future, just the initial capital cost.
Thank you for that. Follow-up?
Brief follow-up then is what I'd be hearing is that in fact, if we wanted to put something aside, the moment we put something in the ground, we would actually need to be charging more or finding some alternate approach. So it's just to get us to where we need to be, not necessarily to keep up the program. But hopefully with the rates as they would be, yeah. Anyways.
And as John said, to address real projects that need to be completed. Mr. Cochran, you had some supplemental?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. If I could just add, a lot of the things that we considered in the operating budget as well are cyclical things such as pumps and macerators and generators and vehicles and things like that that have a fairly short lifespan. So they were included in the analysis. To be clear, a lot of these projects that generated these rates, this rate determination came from these master reports that we discussed this morning. The infrastructure replacement priority plan, for example, all of the linear infrastructure in the community that has water infrastructure based on age-based condition assessment, and sewer that's based on video inspection assessment. Those are included throughout the time horizon of the study. The sewer master plan and the integrated water strategy, we picked out the components in those reports that were not simply driven by development's need for additional capacity. So if there was something popping up that was coming up on its life cycle, say an AC pipe that was identified to be required for additional fire flow, for example, we included it if it fell within the time horizon of this study as asset renewal, not additional capacity.
Thank you.
Yep.
I've got myself, and then we'll go to Councilor Manuel. First, slide 7, I think it was. Just gotta find it. Under the sewer operating expenses, there's a decrease from 26 to 27 and a slow rise back to a rate in 2030 that is actually less than what it is today. I'm just trying to understand what the specifics of that are. Mr. Cochran, you able to speak to that, or John?
The operating expenses came directly from the budget book, and I think there was some, and Director Cochran could clarify this, but I believe there was some operating projects here and there that were included in it in one year and not in the following year, so that's why it looks like it decreased. But in general, aside from those operating projects, I think it's just in following inflation of 2.5%.
Mr. Cochran?
Yeah, Your Worship, I'd say the same thing. The year to year, year over year operating expenses are variable based on the operating projects that may have been identified in the 5-year financial plan. So not being consistent year over year.
Yeah.
They may occur in one year, not the other.
Thank you for that. That was my suspicion. I'm going to slide 13, which is the impact. My first thought with regards to water is what a great way to introduce metering. We want to go down that path as a conversation, recognize that we've done the studies and recognize the costs upfront of that and the long-term costs associated with that. I guess a question, or yeah, I guess a question comment to Mr. Cochran. Historically, we've approached utilities as cost recovery. So this is a smack in the side of the head to us, saying that we have not been doing full cost recovery. In fact, this is a massive catch-up. Is that a fair statement?
Yep, sure, Your Worship, it is. I'd say that what we've done with this round of analysis is we've really cracked open the master reports that we've had. The oldest one being 2018. So the more recent ones being 2025, 2024. And really looked to quantify everything that we could that would be the subject of being, funded through utilities. So whereas before, for example, we may have funded a truck through the equipment replacement reserve, this time we've included that truck or that Vector replacement under water and sewer.
Okay.
As being a different approach.
So again, on the concept of cost recovery, and then I think too, how have we been funding this shortfall? And I'm hearing this is one of the ways we've been able to do that. We've shifted it over to other line items, other silos of funding. A bit of a sidebar. My initial thought is we should be eliminating the frontage and that it's inappropriate at this point in time by virtue of the fact, as John stated, it's not identified, which I believe it's supposed to be identified what it's to be used for. But I couple that comment with the dangerous comment that I'm going to make, and that is, I believe that I should I appreciate John being politically sensitive to the 10% per year. I appreciate that, but I think we need to go to these forecasted rates now, sooner than later. And I say that based on the fact that the ratepayers over the last 2 years have absorbed an additional $1 million of expenses for a project that never came to be. And I won't mention any names. I won't mention the aquatic center. And this is core infrastructure. This is water and sewer. If this stuff doesn't work, and if we're not doing appropriate and full cost recovery, this stuff is going to fail and we're going to be in trouble. And there's going to be a big capital hit at some point in time. So my initial reaction is say, thanks for the information, great information. Let's go full bore. If this is what we need to make these utilities cost recovery, that's what we need to do. I don't like doing it, but I think it's necessary for the long-term benefit of the ratepayers of the community of these utilities. So I'll leave it with that for something to chew on. Or a response, Mr. Cochran?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I would on the matter of frontage tax, I'd just say that while they were conceived in the 60s, they have been amended through time for various reasons. We just simply never had the time to research that, the history of it, to dig into it. I'd say that you know, they exist today, and my vote would be to not abolish it, keep it in place, give us a chance to look into it, and perhaps there's a different function that the frontage tax can play moving forward, being you know, supporting large capital improvements. Taxation versus utility fees. That's one thing for sure. And the other thing is this is a different approach to how we have looked at utility rates from prior years. So it is a huge change. And the report says that within a decade we can achieve these targets. Of course, the target is moving. It's a moving target, but we'd be heading certainly in a better direction than we have been in the past. So my vote, that's the reason that this is just presented as a one-year bylaw. So
Thank you. I appreciate the information, and I'm hearing that through the analysis, the forecast target annual rate is what we should be charging. And that's where I'm just kind of, my head's kind of going saying, well, this is what we should be doing to be full cost recovery, to address real projects that need to be completed, that our community needs to be able to sustain those water and sewer core services. We need to bite the bullet. We all need to pony up and do our part to be able to move forward. Mr. Cochran.
I'll just reiterate that the frontage tax may play a new role in 2027 moving forward, which could change the look of that particular slide right there.
Fair point, but I'm hearing that frontage tax also only comprises 8%. Are you saying it could increase to more? So then what I'm hearing is that there's an opportunity to possibly address this annual need between a combination of user fees and cranked up frontage fees and I'm going to ask a question to the extent that it addresses the need that full user fee would address for the long term.
It's what staff will be looking at. It's what staff intend to look at. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Councillor Manuel?
By the way, Carolyn, it was interesting to see your nodding head just a few seconds ago. It was interesting to see your nodding head just a few seconds ago. Anyway, I just on another subject briefly. I see an annual inflation rate of 2.5% included in the average annual capital spending requirements. We've been trapped before by using low, as interest rates went up so significantly and sometimes rapidly. So I'm just wondering, how do we guard against that? Because it was very difficult when the interest rates went quite a bit up and we weren't prepared. I don't know if anyone was, but is there a way to prepare for that, or otherwise, because 2.5 is nice and it's just a bit more than the current inflation rate. But I don't know if we can assume that we're always going to benefit from it.
Thank you. Go to Councillor Wheel.
With regards to the frontage rates, who are they applied to? Everyone? Like,
Mr. Cochran or Ms. Brown?
The frontage tax is applied based on each property's frontage and ability to connect to the water or sewer utility. And so basically all properties within the town of Golden. To respond to the interest rate question asked by, or commentary by Councillor Manuel, I would say that a lot of these projects are not on the short-term horizon. There are long-term projects. And so over the course of the years, there may be some fluctuations in the interest rates. However, an average is likely used in order to estimate when we know that there will be quite a bit of variation throughout the term.
Okay. Any follow-up? There's ponderance.
I'm pondering about the fact that there is a contingent of users that don't pay anything on sewer and water, and that's visitation. So how do we monetize that? Is there any way that we could charge a larger frontage tax for attractions that bring in users that use sewer and water? Because that's a big demand. It's in every report we see about how tourism increases that, but yet it's the residents that are supplementing that.
Ms. Brown?
Thank you for the question. I would say that in a lot of cases, when it comes to tourists coming to town, they would be staying in hotels or other accommodations, and those hotels would be on the metered rate, which would equally pay the increases as applied. In addition to that, if it was a business that was using more water and sewer, all of those would be applied with the commercial rate. So if there is an impact on the usage commercially and there is earnings from it, then it would be applied with the commercial rate.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Nope. Go to Councillor Routley. Then Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. And certainly kind of echoing one concern around CPI or inflation generally, the basket of goods is very different than asbestos concrete or PVC and the municipal price index that communities like Calgary and Castlegar have begun to develop internally. Have been really productive and just kind of say, Castlegar's system with their infrastructure investment levy to catch up on non-linear infrastructures, or at least not subterranean, not the water or sewer, but all of the other infrastructure that they provide in the community is an amazing model for those services. Certainly echoing a desire, an amenability as the mayor for a more aggressive catch up, certainly not trying to go the full way. And so we have a bit of time to investigate how frontage taxes can be improved to play a more equitable role within the revenues for the utilities. But certainly some middling step around, the 30% of total projected increase, I think would be a little bit nicer, and without speaking for the entire business community, which is metered, water and sewer for facilities that use a lot of water and sewer are rounding errors. Speaking in my experience as an administrator for a light manufacturer, the water and sewer doesn't come into play. We've been extremely lucky as a community to have an abundance of groundwater at rates that are quite generous. And so it's kind of come due. And that's just the reality it is. So again, if it means not quite the full 115 or 55% respectively, but a good step in that direction would likely be supportable by myself.
Ms. Brown, you have some comments?
I was simply going to speak to the difference between the graduated approach and the immediate. And while the need is definitely great, I believe it has been for some time, and the need to communicate with the general public as well about such a significant shift would certainly be important to consider in terms of were the full balance to go out, 115% increase in the water, in addition to a potential increase in taxes and a change to the frontage tax calculations, would be a lot coming at people all at once in terms of affordability. And so to be able to communicate a change and have sufficient time for the community to be able to catch on and prepare for it might be a consideration council wants to speak to as well.
Acknowledging we will be yelled at. Councilor Cooper, my apologies.
It's okay. Yeah, I'd like to refer to the subject matter experts who have waited out when I just did my Mickey Mouse math again, trying to figure out what the rates were costing, and brings it from $864 to $1,600 to people with short-term rentals would be over $3,000. So that is quite, with that targeted forecast, which is quite a bit difference, which I don't feel is palatable at all. I feel like the subject matter expert who did the report, and also our director, supported more in the graduated cost, because it is still cost increasing, and giving it a 1-year read, which also gives us time to understand the frontage tax and surcharges, gives us a little more leeway to dive a little deeper into it and give taxation and community time to understand, and education to make greater, if increases were required later on. So the forecast target jump, I do not support at all.
Any other comments? Councillor Hambrick, Councillor Dale?
No, none at this time.
I'm hearing not. Okay. So I'll follow up my comment with, and I appreciate where staff come from. I appreciate, like I say, John, I think your numbers are respectful of the pressures that we as councillors are on to actually increase. I still come back to the fact that we are playing catch up. To Councillor Routley's comments, yes, but a little bit of more time. So I'm supportive of staff looking at strategies to address the real and full annual financial needs of water and sewer over maybe a 3-year period. I think we need to address this. It's evident we need to address it. We're behind the 8 ball. We're behind the 8 ball quite badly, and we need to do something about it. And pushing this off to the next council, to the next generation, is not the way to be doing this. I think we need to be aggressive, and if staff can come up with strategies that are palatable to us around this table so that we can walk out in the community without getting shot or tarred and feathered, great. But if at the end of the day, I'm willing to be tarred and feathered if this is what we need to do to address water and sewer. These are our core services. It is just what it is. So we have a Councillor Hambrick.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised to see these numbers that we are that far behind. I was of the opinion and impression that we were closer to cost recovery than we are. So the sooner we can catch up. I do agree it can't happen all at once, but possibly over the next 5 years rather than 10 would be my thoughts.
Thank you. Mr. Cochran?
Yeah, to Councillor Hambrick's point about our current status compared to where he thought we were. Again, I'll reiterate that we took a different approach this time with looking at use of rates, use of utility rates and what they can cover. For example, the last time that I brought utility rates forward to council, so 3 years ago, it wasn't conceived that we were looking at the infrastructure replacement priority plan and the projects within that plan to be covered through utility rates. It just wasn't on the radar. It was, at that time, we were talking more about let's get 25% of the need in reserves so that when the grant comes along, we've got our 25% contribution to that grant, which is still valid direction. But this time around, what we've really done is we've extracted those projects out of the master reports, added it up, and considered it over for this exercise, a 10-year horizon, and then determined from that where our rate should be. So quite a different approach. I think probably a way better approach. I know the community's not really going to like it probably, but it's probably the most appropriate way to proceed forward. So that's that. Before any vote is taken, I'd like to just cover a couple of other things that were done to the bylaws, if I may.
Please.
Yep. Okay. Very quickly. So based on the report that came out of Development Services, October 21st, 12th Street Lift Station pump and pipe upgrades front ending, connection fees. So connection fees have been inserted into the sanitary bylaw per the discussion that was had October 21st. For anybody connecting to the system, we'll be paying a connection fee by bylaw now. In the water bylaw, an irrigation exemption for municipal systems has been incorporated. This is not to give us free reign of water use. This is to cover issues we've got with a couple of large systems in the community where they can't run through their cycles when it's a peak irrigating season before the bylaw times out. So then we got bylaw after us. So an exemption. Under water as well, the water bylaw made a conscious change to the 13th Street well rates versus potable bulk water rates to bring the non-potable rate 10% lower than the potable rate, because what we are finding is we need to incentivize non-potable water haulers to go over there and use that water, so we're not pumping, treating, whatever we're doing with it. So that change has been made in the rate structure. If council's looking through the draft bylaws, any other change, whether it's minor language change, it's been highlighted in yellow, so it's easy to pick out. There's just really a couple of little ones in there. Additional language, a concession for our financial software where we're having difficulties determining rates mid-season, I suppose. Maybe the CFO could speak better to that point than I can.
Ms. Brown?
Thank you. Unfortunately, the way that our financial system works is that if somebody has a house that comes online halfway through the year, we're able to do the billing, but the only way that the interest can be charged should they not meet the deadline for the initial bill is to charge them back to the 1st of January. And therefore, in light of being unable to make changes with our software provider at this point in time, we're making a slight adjustment for that. And hopefully we'll be able to, over time, drive our software provider in the right direction along with others.
Who pays his bill? Any further comments, Mr. Cochran? Okay.
That's it, Your Worship. Thank you.
So I appreciate the supplemental information. to go back to slide 5 of 14, when I look at the capital spending forecasts and 15, well, almost $16 million needed in the first 5 years for water, 5.5 in the first 5 years for sewer. That again motivates me towards being aggressive to be able to address these. Recognizing that there are some big chunks, I lost it, down the road, absolutely. But I think it would put us in a better position for those future, well, this is almost future generationally, to be able to address the costs associated with those services at that point in time. So I just, reviewing this reinforces my belief that we should be aggressive in this. And again, I would state that I'm supportive of staff looking at strategies to be aggressive, to look at that, use this methodology to recover the full and real costs of these services, and looking to do it in a shorter period of time. And in 3 years, I think is realistic. And I say it's, and yes, it's a hit, but I think it's also an opportunity in that each and every one of our municipal and ratepayers has been paying a chunk of money for a service that would be wonderful to have. And again, I'm talking about the aquatic center. It'd be wonderful to have, but that aquatic center is not going to be much use to anybody if we can't provide appropriate water for it and have water, appropriate sewer. So yeah, that's where I kind of stand on it. I'm not sure from a staff perspective, the motion is to support the first, second, and third reading as presented, as with the rates as presented. Does that provide staff with the ability to be more aggressive on the rates, Mr. Cochran?
Your worship, there's options in the staff report, and one of them, the third option is to direct staff to do whatever council deems appropriate. If council would desire a different increase to the utility rates for year 2026 from what's recommended as being 12.5% for water and 7.5% for sewer, including inflation, then it's probably most appropriate to just give first reading to the bylaw. I'll make changes. We'll bring it back to the next meeting based on desired changes. And away we go.
And to be fair to the rest of the council, I'm stating my opinion, and I'm hearing one other person support that concept. So I'd sooner get that on the table and see if there's support around this table for that strategy to move forward, as opposed to imposing. So, Councilor Grill?
I just have a question. So this isn't delaying these projects. So I believe that we should go with the recommended taxation for this 1 year, that the increase that they've recommended. I think that's too big of a hit. There's a lot of like seniors out there that, you know, and businesses, everybody's, you know, feeling it right now. And I think it's too big of a hit. It's not going to prevent those projects going ahead. I know we're kicking the can down a bit, but I think it's too big of a hit, and they're going to blame the developers. I think that's what's going to happen. They're going to say, this is all because of all these developments that want to build, even though that they're paying a lot, that it's going to cause even more hard feelings. People understand that we have an infrastructure issue. I think they do. Everybody's talking about it. And I just think that to hit them with this right now and a tax increase, let's give it a year and then revisit, because something may come up, maybe grants. I don't know.
Councilor Hamburg?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just further to my prior comments regarding thinking we were running these utilities at a break-even cost. I understand that with particularly the sewer and water master plans, they were developed, and that was prior or after the presentations made over the years that we were running at a cost break-even point. So staff received a whole lot more new information to make better decisions on. So that's just a comment.
Thank you for that, Councilor Manuel.
I agree with Councilor Gio, except I would go for either 2 or 3, quite honestly. Ease into it over a couple of years. I mean, as opposed to hit them with the whole thing, that's gonna be quite a whack. If you just go straight into it.
And Councilor Cooper.
Yeah, I agree with option 1. It's what the subject matter experts have provided that would work. It's a 1 year. Going for doubling of a utility cost when there's 4 months until a bill is due is, I think, irresponsible to the community members. That's a huge hunk, especially if people are paying monthly. Then all of a sudden now you have a huge increase and you have 4 months to make up $1,000 difference. And the economics what we're in, I don't feel that is responsible to the citizens, and I am not in agreement of that. I'm in agreement of option 1 that our subject matter experts have provided as a sound increase. And that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilor Routley.
Thank you, Worship. Certainly not advocating for a massive bump all in one, and I also did the napkin math, and yeah, the residential impact would be pretty significant for non-ICI or non-metered. But I fully agree that some catch up, an expedited catch up is warranted, and in seeing what we're needing, recognizing as well that this is a moving target, and that years down the road the rates aren't coming down anytime soon. And so to be able to do so, to make a step forward in a measured way, but I also recognize that we're at the 4-hour mark. And so I will quickly motion to extend the meeting. Do we need a specific length?
It would be preferred.
To 6:15. I'll just give us an hour. Is that okay?
Okay, moved by Councilor Routley, second by Councilor Manuel. All those in favor? Opposed? We're just having so much fun.
Reverting.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I heard the quick little whisper across the way, and I was like, oh, there we are. And so, I'd initially said, okay, well, let's get a third of the way there. I'd be so bold as to put the option 2 forward with amended rates that are twice the rate that staff are putting forward. So it would be, is it 25% and 15% respectively? Sorry. Thank you. Yeah. So I'll put that forward onto the floor. Sorry, Mickey Mouse math request.
Can you provide it? Yep. What you're proposing, because what I worked out.
The rate
increase, because.
So for the motion, 25%.
25% increase for water and 15% for sewer.
For 2026.
For 2026.
And you're going to translate that into
Actual. I want to hear actual.
Well, there's.
So I would second that motion. And we'll get some computing going so that we can put that into real dollars. Discussion on that particular motion.
I still have concerns that we're giving people 4 months notice. But I'm not done figuring out
Okay.
math yet.
And I'll make another comment. I've heard that it's irresponsible to increase to what in fact the service should be costing. My reflection on that is it's actually irresponsible of us to not have been increasing these rates to this point in time. And in fact, yeah, I think that's been irresponsible, and we need to step up. When I think about stepping up now, I think about also the political realm, in that you may have a new council, new mayor, and people in place in 1 year's time. that are gonna take a year or two to actually think about this, gather the information, get themselves grounded in, and then that's just gonna be that much more of a delay. I'm supportive with the 25% for 2026. I think it gets us going on down the road we need to get going. We should have been going on a long time before, but we weren't. And it's thanks to the new approach and thanks to the new information. So, I mean, we're not bad people. We were working with the good information that we had at the time. We just have better information now. Mr. Cochran.
Okay, quick math, your worship.
Thank you. I stole as long as I could.
Basic unmetered rate for water will be $480 and basic unmetered rate for sewer will be $555.
Okay.
So I would
The
just
total.
like to, total is town, yeah, 1,035.90, but also in that bill is included garbage. And when we get that bill, it's not, I'm saying that it's irresponsible, like, I believe the public notice timing is, I guess that's what I was alluding to, is being irresponsible, having 4 months for substantial rate increases. That time factor is a real problem, I find. But as looking at if we're going up from, in my math, going from the, I could support that second notion. That the 2515.
Any other speakers on the motion on the floor? Ms. Brown?
For context, the calculation difference is $168 per individual, $168.55.
Yeah.
The invoices would go out in January and not be due until March, end of March.
So that's reflective of the 4-month time frame. Yeah.
I was reflecting from knowing when it was actually due. I
Okay.
was calculating to March when it was due, not when the notice went out. That's what I was calculating. 4
Okay,
months on.
thank you for that. Anybody else speaking to the motion that's on the floor? Councilor Guile?
What was the without this increase, like without the 10%, and the original one, what would have it been if we
384.52.
867.35
total?
And it's going up to 1035.90. So the difference is 168.55. But in the billing time, we also have garbage and sewer that goes on that bill. But it's going from 867 to 1035 on the second amendment here.
Thought it was 1335. It's 867 going up to 1335.
No, it's going up to
Ms. Brown,
1035.
can you provide us with some numbers? Sorry.
That's all right. With a 0.25% increase on the 384 original bill, it would be 480.65 for the water utility.
Yeah.
And with a 15% increase on the 482 sewer bill, it would be 555.25. So the original bill total is 867.35. Simply for water and sewer, not including garbage and recycling. The new calculated total would be $1035.90, so $1,035.90 for a total increase of $168.55.
Okay.
Approximate.
That sounds good to me.
Okay. Before I call the question, I'll thank Councilor Rutley for tethering my. Any other comments? Seeing here and none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing here and none opposed, carried unanimously. Councilor Rutley?
Thank you. Thank you. Procedurally, do we need to provide first reading as with direction, or is the recommendation option 2 sufficient?
It's amazing where that
Thing
came
was the whole
from.
thing in there. I didn't even. I wasn't even looking at the screen. Okay, thank you.
I've been absent myself for about a minute or two.
That Alicia, she's good.
Okay, so you're good on what you need from a staff perspective. So we move on the agenda. We're moving on to new business. Mr. Armstrong. Didn't think your afternoon was going to look like this, did you, gentlemen?
Well, I didn't say it would be at 150, and that's for sure. But thank you to council for extending the
comment.
meeting, and accepting this item that got published a few hours after the deadline. Busy week with union bargaining last week and et cetera. So, oh, pardon me. I have the old report, the previous report up on my screen here. One second. I had all this time to prepare. And
I can totally relate to your situation, Mr. Armstrong. There are some productive uses of this gap in time.
no. Perfect.
Can see it here.
We'll call this an official bio break. Mr. Armstrong, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I have the report in front of council, but I have really brief speaking notes actually, which is why it didn't pop up to me at first. Particularly because I think the developer presented about 6 weeks ago in quite some depth with their engineer about some of the water constraints and the booster station upgrades that are required for both Bears Paw Phase 6 and the Sevens to move forward on Selkirk Hill. And alluded to the fact that with the ability to have short-term rentals at the Sevens, it would be financially viable for the developer to undertake those water system upgrades. That is the purpose of this report, is to introduce an OCP amendment and a rezoning that would allow that to come to fruition for the developer. We'll just go back in time for a second to about 2 years ago. The developer also applied for this. At that time, the proposal was to rezone to C6, which is a very small zone in town along Golden View, that allows it's titled Resort Commercial. It allows a hotel, convention center, restaurant, spa, a number of uses that are clearly commercial, whereas the proposed development of the Sevens is townhouses. They're just looking to short-term rent without the home-based permanent resident requirement that is within our regulations. On page 2 of the report, sorry, first, before we jump there, the high-level OCP amendment is simply to adjust some policy language around where a non-home-based business approach would be allowed. So it's a policy language adjustment versus changing the land use designation map, which was the previous application. Secondly, the rezoning proposal is to go from R4 and create a subzone of R4- short-term rental. Everyone's heard me talk about our short-term regulations a lot, but it in low density zones, it's that home-based permanent resident requirement, and STRs weren't permitted in medium or high density zones, as well as a plethora of other places. I'll just jump down to the OCP amendment section. There's some policy language on the screen there that is in the official community plan, and specifically it states that, when the OCP was drafted in 2008, Canyon Ridge, I think the idea was it would be perhaps a lot of second homes up there and not the residential community that it has resulted in. So the OCP actually spoke of perhaps considering short-term rentals in that area, or bed and breakfast is what it, no, it said it, the original OCP stated vacation rentals. We've just updated our jargon a little bit to short-term rentals, but nonetheless, that is the language. The proposal would be to add to that language the sevens at the specific address on Bull Evans. Secondly, this proposal could be in line with that OCP language in the context that you know, it would lessen the potential impact on adjacent existing neighborhoods by sheerly by its distance from any surrounding residential properties, being 200 meters away from the closest low density property, and having the disc golf course is a bit of a buffer for noise, etc. From a zoning bylaw perspective, again, the current bylaw prohibits short-term rentals in the R4 zone. And the rationale at the time when we were creating our regulatory framework that eventually got implemented through the zoning bylaw and the business regulation bylaw was, you know, a lot of our existing R4 were more attainable, affordable housing options. They contain shared areas, common spaces like hallways, and you know, there are a number of existing R4 properties in town. There are a handful that are still vacant to this day. So as an aside, approving this could put some pressure on those remaining vacant ones, but nonetheless, I think that this project, if it's approved, at least the buyers would know upfront what they're getting into versus regulations changing in your established residential development. And the other aspects of the zoning bylaw I spoke to already is this would purely just, the only commercial use would be the short-term rental use. It wouldn't be any of the other uses that were in the C6 zone. Lastly, the report, like all of our reports these days, speaks to some of the infrastructure constraints, it's particularly sewer on 13th, 6th Ave by the Sikh temple, and then around the corner down 12th. As well, the project would contribute to the 12th Street lift station and pipes that were in Mr. Cochran's bylaw amendments. Now, the big one is the developer would step forward and fund the Southeast Booster Station. It's important to know that this would renew an existing asset for the town. The town has $48,000 in its existing or in its proposed financial plan to just upgrade some pumps, but this is a high priority project in the integrated water strategy. Likelihood of failure high, risk high, so it's a great project to get addressed by development, and we would enter into a development agreement if the enclosed bylaws proceed, and ensure that those upgrades would occur. In conclusion, I think economic times are different than they were last time the STRs were considered by council, and you know, I think this perhaps should likely be viewed under those circumstances, and yeah, I welcome questions from council, and also, as you all know, the developer Ger Manhas is in the gallery, and I'm not sure if his partner's online.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Armstrong. Council, any information you need prior to getting a resolution on the floor? Councilor Cooper?
I only really have one question, I promise. It's before when there was discussions, it was stating that STRs would have a run of about 10 years, I believe, is that what was in the conversation before, but this is not, this is stating that it would be open and STRs are open. There's no cap on the time frame. Is that correct?
Mr. Armstrong?
We haven't formally discussed that with the developer at this time.
Counselor Manuel,
Sorry.
sooner or later we'll get them trained.
I'd like to move a resolution, option one, council give first reading to the zoning amendment bylaw.
And proceed to public hearing.
No,
The
no,
whole-
that's,
The whole resolution, the recommendation.
that's,
Scroll to the top.
I was looking at options and,
There's.
oh, up there. Okay,
So for clarification, that's what you're moving?
yes.
Moving for seconder, Counselor Routley, seconding that motion. Council, any discussion? Counselor Routley.
Thank you, Worship. I think it's important for the viewing public, either present or in the future, if they sharpen pickaxes or pitchforks, I suppose, that this is starting a process and you know, a very formal one for public input and rather than the informal and rather messy approach a few years back. And so, you know, I think that as long as folks remain mindful of the fact that we have some pretty daunting capital projects, as witnessed just moments ago with the user rates, it's a pretty daunting task ahead of us. And if taxpayers are forced to do it alone, which this project very likely it would be eligible for just being the taxpayer footing the bill. It's just not feasible. It's quite a difficult situation. So some empathy and grace would be great in the emails. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Counselor Manuel, your mic is now on. I'll take that as no. Any other comments? I thank Mr. Armstrong for identifying the project as a high priority project that has high risk and high consequences. That rings loud. I'm supportive of going to this first step of the process, proceed to public hearing. Let's get this process rolling. Speaking in favor of the motion. Any other speakers to the motion? Councilor Guil?
Yeah, I'll speak to the motion. I'm also in favor of going to public hearing. We need more housing, all types of housing. And I know there may be some people worried about traffic, but the fact that it's not really increasing the amount of people up there because the residents won't be staying there when they're STRing their units. So I don't think there would be an increase in traffic. So we do need more housing. I think this is a nice option. And it's also the infrastructure that it's going to provide for Golden is extremely important, especially for fire and safety with having those implemented. So thank
I'm
you.
thankful that you did not include parking with the housing. I'm really thankful of that. Councilor Manuel?
One of the things I like is basically, this is not dropping a motel in the midst of the residential area. It's separated by the road, gravel road kind of thing. It's well separate, so it should not necessarily be any interaction except driving up and down. And if it was for permanent residents, they'd be driving up and down too. So I think it should work fine. And I wish you guys luck, and we'll see how the process goes.
Seeing no other speakers, I'll look to Councilor Dale. Councilor Hambrook, anything to add? Silence means no to me.
Yep,
I'll
I
call
think
the
we should
question.
just get the process rolling here.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Dale.
Yeah, just roll on.
I'm going to call the questions. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Is that words you like to hear?
Now you're free.
And thank you for your diligence.
And your patience.
Okay, with that, there's an opportunity for question period for people to in the gallery to ask any questions of subject matters that were on the agenda today. Just what's the process, Ms. Seville? They put up their hand and you will unmute them. I'm looking to the virtual gallery if anybody has any questions. Going once, going twice. Okay, I'll move to any questions from within the gallery. With that, I'm looking for a motion to recess council to a closed meeting. And I'm going to read this, that this meeting be recessed and that council convenes a meeting close to the public pursuant to section 91A and 91C and 91K of the community charter for council to deal with matters relating to the following: appointments to vacancies on the CBT Ready Grants Local Selection Committee, collective bargaining update, and civic center discussion. Moved by Councilor Manuel, second by Councilor Routley. All those in favor? Opposed? And Councilor Dale and Hambrick, you'll have to log out and log back into the closed. And with that, we'll take a 7-minute bio break.
Hello again.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to reconvene the open meeting. Councilor Routley, second by Councilor Guio. All those in favor? Opposed? Reports from closed meeting. I'm assuming you've got something. Seville?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Zust. I can read out the reports from closed. So we have one resolution as it relates to the vacancies on the CBT Ready Grants Local Selection Committee, and that is that council appoint Bill Usher to the current membership vacancy for Area A, and appoint Katie Hodder to the current membership vacancy for a member at large on the local selection committee. The second resolution is related to collective bargaining, and that resolution was that council ratified the 2026 to 2028 QP collective agreement.
Thank you. There's no need for a motion on those. So the next item of business is Councilor Routley, motion to adjourn. Councilor Manuel seconding. All those in favor? Opposed? Surprise, surprise, carried unanimously.